na before my to the heart. Na fire, never block, never make it even. I hang the one now. That's not hang the one now. Then the money even I can know about it and never come from the public. Come with man. Yes. I want to talk.
Okay, you want to? Oh, you want to start, right?
I want to talk.
You want to talk?
I said I want to talk.
Okay, I should set it up, right?
Set it up. Let me.
Okay. All right.
People don't even read your message.
Okay.
They need to see me, but they shouldn't see the hall. Yeah. Can see myself. So they'll be seeing me too. Can I start?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Good. What's the time? 9:45. Hello. Good morning all. Good afternoon. Good evening, depending on the location you are viewing us from. My name is Chief Blakey Okwudili, Ijezie, FCA, the convener of this hybrid Blakey's National Task Conference. The time is 9:45 now, and because it's a hybrid, there are a lot of people out there who are already waiting for us to start. Attendance physically has not been so nice, but I know that a lot of people are already over there waiting for the starting. Today is the 8th edition and grand finale as it were of the serial Blakey's National Task Conference, which has been held bi-monthly, pro bono, free of charge, since October 10, Tuesday, 2023. Why did we start this conference? I'm a task consultant, and I've been on this stuff for the past 30 years, since January 1, 1994, when I commenced my accounting firm, boutique accounting firm as it were. Not very large, but we are focused on quality and timely delivery of our clients' expectation. So we started and we veered into task consulting as it were. Initially because I trained at a Pricewaterhouse. Pricewaterhouse is known for auditing. I started off with auditing, but something happened. I've been saying it on almost all the time. I went to deliver a proposal to IMB, International Merchant Bank PLC, to become their external auditor because a vacancy existed in 1994. About 64 pages. The general manager I submitted the proposal, looked at it. It was very good. it couldn't have been otherwise because I was just coming out from Pricewaterhouse. I left Pricewaterhouse 1990, and I was very, very, if you know what I mean. But he says that I was an unknown quantity. How can IMB, one of the foremost banks then, recruit an unknown quantity to become the external auditors? That the audit I would have signed, I would have endorsed, would be used to go to IMF, World Bank, and other international bodies. And they will be wondering, who is Okwudili, Ijezie, and co? And that they wouldn't give me the assignment. I was wondering, is it because I'm a small man that I'm so treated badly? But he now explained further that even if he recommended it as a GM, that the board of directors of IMB wouldn't approve it. That what they can do for me, which is he can easily do from his table there, is to make us tax consultants, one of the tax consultants of IMB, International Merchant Bank. That was as far back over 30 years ago, because it was in mid-1994. I gladly accepted it. And when I did, I found out that tax consulting was much, and is still, much better than auditing, because auditing, you will carry a lot of staff, 4, 5, to go there and do 4, 5, 6 weeks on the field. And most of the staff you will carry, you will train them, because if you don't train them and the client staff are better, you are in trouble, because they won't see you as a good firm. So you will train them, and when you finish training them, the client will just snap them from you. So I now treated my accounting firm to focus basically on tax consulting. Tax consulting then, I used to say that I will go to client's office, get information during one weekend. I will do everything. The next level is to move it to the tax office and get everything done. Just me. And the money was good as for auditing. But in auditing, you have to share it amongst everybody, the staff who worked. You have to be paying them handsomely to retain them, amongst other things. That's in a nutshell why I veered into tax consulting. And it has been worth it. So the topic we are discussing today, tax reforms. Our firm has been into it for over 30 years, trying to, because you can't become a good tax consultant without studying and understanding the tax statutes. And the statutes we've been using have been dated some as far back as in the 70s, 60s, etc. So they've been very, very archaic. And when Obasanjo was in power, later, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, between 1999 and 2007, what President Tinubu is doing now is what he did then, to revamp the tax statute so that we can key into best international practices. In 2007, everything has been done, just like it's been done now. Then was nine bills, tax reform bills, forwarded to the National Assembly to pass into law. And some of us, we are hitting the National Assembly to ensure that these bills are passed into law, because if they are not, it will take decades for them to equally come, because some other president might not be interested, and that is what happened. Yar'Adua didn't stay long enough. Goodluck Jonathan wasn't interested. Buhari wasn't interested. And now Tinubu is interested. And it's raising dust. So why Obasanjo's 9 tax reform bills didn't make it was that it was tied to the constitutional amendments, which some people are calling for now, that these Tinubu's 4 tax reform bills would unlikely make it because certain aspects of the Constitution have not been amended. So Obasanjo's tax reform bill and the constitutional amendments, they were hand in hand then. And because of the alleged, I use the word alleged because Obasanjo says nothing was like that. Because of the alleged third term agenda, the Senate threw out the baby with the bathwater. Some of us then were telling them to cherry pick, to look at the tax reform bills and pass them separate from the third agenda, but they didn't listen to us anyway. And they threw everything aboard. That's why we are still here. All the tax statutes in Nigeria now are very archaic. And some of us have been mooting for them to be modernized. And this is where we are. So, going back, when President Bola Tinubu inaugurated the Presidential Task Committee, the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policies and Tax Reforms in August 2023, some of us saw it as a way to resuscitate what we were shouting over 2 decades ago in 2007, that the tax status be updated to reflect Nigeria's status now and the modern times. So we commenced in October, actually Tuesday, October 10, 2023. We started this Blakey's National Task Conference at my base, Anthony Village, Lagos. And the first one, the theme of the first one was challenges and opportunities for the new tax regime. And I gave a keynote address that day, and I said the title of my keynote address was New Tax Regime, Paving the Way for the Journey Ahead. Because we wanted to pave the way with all due respect, for the committee, Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. We wanted to pave the way for them to see the journey ahead, and we did. And 3 prominent guest speakers joined me that day. And I did say that day, or I profiled that the guest speakers that would speak that day wouldn't be tax consultants or chartered accountants, because taxation is not only about tax consultants or chartered accountants. Everybody should be interested in taxation. So we got immediate past Vice Chancellor of Christopher University, Mowe, Ogun State, Professor Friday Ndubuisi, to be one of the guest speakers. He readily accepted to become one. We focus on another eminent academia, Dr. Tunji Adeniyi. Tunji Adeniyi used to be my oga when I was working in All States Trust Bank in 1991. He was the branch manager of the Idumota branch of All States, number 100 road or street, Nnamdi Azikiwe, number 100 Nnamdi Azikiwe Street, Idumota. He was a branch manager. I was his immediate deputy. Later, he moved on to various banks, Omega Bank, where he was at a point a managing director, chief executive officer. He later traveled outside Nigeria, betted in Nairobi, Kenya, where he was the managing director, chief executive officer of United Bank for Africa, PLC, Kenya branch. And later, when he left Nairobi, he came down to Nigeria. He's an indigene of Ekiti State. He was made the Commissioner of Finance and Economic Development in Ekiti State. And when his tenure ended, he aspired to become the governor of Ekiti State. Well, when I heard it, I was just chuckling in my bedroom because I know he didn't have the war chest to fight for governorship position. But as God will have it, he eventually came out and went back to consulting. He would have been here presently, physically today, but he lost his father a couple of weeks ago. His father is an Oba in Ekiti State. He is the crown prince. So after the ceremonies, we should expect to start addressing Tunji Adeniyi as His Royal Majesty, or His Royal Highness, or Oba Tunji Adeniyi as Itua. So he was one of the people, who, one of the guest speakers on the first, the maiden edition. The third person, who probably is in his room watching us now, is Pastor Felix Jarikre, a social public analyst. He was one of the people that was the guest speaker on the first day. These three people are not accountants, nor are they tax consultants. But the first person, Professor Ndubuisi, is equally a lawyer. He has a LLM, LLB, LLB, BL, and LLM, Master in Law, Bachelor in Law, etc. So he's a lawyer, and taxation is all about, we call it tax law. So taxation is actually for accountants majorly and lawyers, because everything about taxation is about statutes. That's why the Ministry of Justice and the Attorney General of the Federation is the one coordinating the legal interlocutor, as it were, of these new 4 tax reform bills, because everything the committee, presidential committee, finished doing, they moved them to the Ministry of Justice to put them in legal jargon in the bills. But I understand, which I later confirmed, that the bills are so simplistic that even if you are not a lawyer or an accountant, you can read them and appreciate what they are saying. So they reduce the legal jargon. So these three people are not accountants, but I brought them in so that people will know that we want to demystify, as it were, the jargons in taxation. But the chairman of the occasion that day, Kenneth Odusanya, FCA, is an accountant. So I wanted him to be there to moderate what the non-accountants were talking. And everything went on very, very fine. And Kenneth Odusanya is watching us from his bedroom today, because he was actually supposed to be the anchor, but he told me yesterday, you know, some of these born again, when they are not feeling fine, they will tell you they are strong. He told me yesterday that he's very strong, but that 4 or 5 of his staff will be here to represent him physically. So that is a nutshell how we started. And when we started it, I must be very honest and frank. I thought we'd be doing it probably once or twice in a year. But as it were, the first one we did was at Fuller's Hotel and Suites, Anthony Village, Lagos, near my domain. And I lodged there for 1 week. After the course, on Tuesday, I was there till Friday, Saturday. On a Friday, that should be 10 plus 3, October 13, Bishop Banex, because Fuller's Hotel used to be Banex Hotels and the Suites, as it were. But the name has been changed to Fuller's. So Bishop Banex, Victor Mbanese, the group chairman of Banex Group of Companies, came around that day. I was in the restaurant having lunch with my brother, Sonny Ijezie, and he asked me, how was the course? How was the conference 3 days before? I said it was perfect. He apologized for not being present because he wasn't there in town. And this any other time, I want to focus on the big boys in Lagos Island, particularly Lekki, Banana Islands, etc. That he has a very big mall, Banex Mall in Lekki, that anytime I want to do some of them in Lekki, to focus on the big boys, that I should come and take his banquet hall free of charge. Everything is there for me. I gladly accepted it and immediately planned for the second edition of the conference. And it came on December 12th, exactly a year ago. It came on December 12th, 2023. And because Mourinho and Pep Guardiola, because they normally don't change a winning team, I decided to retain the winning team of the maiden edition as guest speakers. Professor Friday Ndubuisi, Dr. Tunji Adeniyi, and Pastor Felix Jarikre. They were equally the 3 guest speakers of the second edition, but I decided to tamper with the captain, Otunba Kenneth Odusanya. And I now decided to replace him with Otunba Ranti Omole. And Otunba Ranti Omole was supposed to be here, but he told me he has a conflicting engagement that I should spare him, but that his team will be here. And one of them is already here. Otunba Ranti Omole, I normally call him my aburo at Pricewaterhouse, but he frowns at it. I entered Pricewaterhouse 1983, he entered it 84, 85. So to me, he's my junior. But he did tell me that he graduated in 1980 while I graduated in 1982. So I'm not aburo. He's not aburo to me, but ebon. To me, he's my aburo. To him, he's my ebon. So Otunba Ranti Omole, thank you for the support you gave us exactly a year ago here. But today we are missing your absence, but your staff is around. And the topic of the second edition was tax evasion in Nigeria. The solution is here. And as usual, I gave the keynote speech, and my speech was titled, "There is light at the end of the tunnel to tax evasion." And I believe that I was prophetic when I titled the keynote speech, "There is light at the end of the tunnel." Many people are now seeing what I saw exactly a year ago, that there is light at the end of tunnel about tackling, curtailing tax evasion in Nigeria. When these new tax reform bills, 4 of them, come into function, become operational by January or early next year, depending on how fast the National Assembly passes them, you will all agree with me that there is light at the end of the tunnel. That was the second edition. And when we finished it, we were highly motivated to stick to our initial program of every 2 months, having them by monthly. We went back to Anthony Village, Fola's Hotel, to have the 3rd edition on February 13, 2024. And the topic was wealth taxation in Nigeria, a veritable tool for sustainable development. Yes, I needed to bring to the attention of the Presidential Committee on tax reform, on fiscal policy and tax reform, that they should start eyeing all these politicians that are amassing wealth, calling them constituency project allowance or whatever. They should tackle them so that wealth taxation will be instituted in Nigeria. But they force my hand, because in the 4 tax reform bills, I didn't see anywhere where wealth taxation is put in there. Probably it's because of political exigency, that if our president, who allegedly is eyeing a second tenure, a second term come 2027, decide to hit the billionaires, in business and billionaires in the National Assembly, that he may not get the support from them when the campaign for for his second term comes. But I'm not a politician, so it's for me to say what should be done. It's for the politicians to know what should be, how they want to do it. Be that as it may, probably they decided to go for the low-hanging fruits. And about a couple of months ago, the president, Bola Tinubu, submitted to the Senate National Assembly a bill to tax the banks in Nigeria 50% of their foreign exchange gain as at December 2024. So that's, to me, that's a form of wealth taxation. And the National Assembly, in their wisdom, decided to hike the percentage to 70%. So what are we saying? That the banks that closed their books as far back as December 2024, finished the auditing and the share dividends to shareholders, got hit about mid-year this year, 70% of the foreign exchange gains they made. That's a wealth taxation. So it's for us to articulate how it will be done. It's for the president to see how it will be done without causing him political harm. The banks will not cause him much political harm than if he had moved in to get the type of wealth taxation we advocated for. And my keynote speech, because for all the 7 editions, including today's edition, making 8, I've been the one doing the keynote address. My keynote address for February 13 edition, the 3rd edition, was, there is no alternative. There is no alternative. I mean, there is no alternative to taxing, to creating a wealth taxation law in Nigeria. And I became fulfilled when the banks were hit. And I understand about 3.3 trillion naira tax was got from that source. And everybody is happy, including even the banks. They didn't shout too much. It was after 6 weeks that the Senate considered the tax them 70% instead of 50% that President Tinubu forwarded to them. It was after 6 weeks that they woke up and started doing 1 or 2 things to see how it can be reversed. But the sheep or the cow or whatever has already bolted out. So nobody is talking about it again. So that's the role we've been playing. We've been putting into headline what the Presidential Committee on fiscal policy and tax reform should be looking into. We don't have a direct access to them, because I usually don't like mingling with politicians or people who are working directly with politicians. I want to be very apolitical, very objective, and distinct, very independent-minded from them. But I know that a lot of people are reading what we are doing, and as of now, a lot of people are hooked to the internet, to YouTube, listening to this my speech. And about 7, 8 newspapers usually carry out what we are doing before and after. Like today's own, 4 newspapers since Sunday have been flashing that today is the grand finale. starting with a Champion newspaper on Sunday, followed immediately same Sunday with a Century Post online media. On Monday was a turn of a Business Hallmark newspaper. And yesterday, this day newspaper equally published what we are doing today. So all these powers that be know that today is our grand finale, and that the convener, Chief Blakey Okwudili, is to give a keynote speech today titled The Way Forward to Unlocking the Benefits of the Tax Reforms in Nigeria. My keynote today, which I will come to much later, will basically focus on the way forward to unlocking the benefits. I will not be going through the ruffle that has been associated with the tax reform since it was presented to the National Assembly. The ruffle I mean the National Economic Council being presided by the Vice President, Alhaji Shetima, Senator Shetima, and with membership of all the 36 state governors. Sometime in October, they advised President Bola Tinubu to withdraw the tax reform bills. And Bola Tinubu told them, no, let the legal or let the legislative process take its due course. The Federal Executive Council passed the initial recommendations by the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. And the Vice President, if I'm not mistaken, is a member of that Federal Executive Council. After passing it, the President forwarded the bills, got the Ministry of Justice to draft it in a legislative template and forwarded the bills to the National Assembly. And a committee, National Executive Council, of which the Vice President is the chairman, called on the President to withdraw those bills. I was wondering, what was his opinion when the Federal Executive Council passed the legislation, or passed that those bills be forwarded to the National Assembly? Like I said, I'm not a politician, but I'm just thinking aloud. The Northern Governors Forum, where the senators and the governors and the emirs are members of, directly or indirectly, they went to the famous Kaduna House, Government House, and called that these bills be withdrawn for further consultation. Equally, I was wondering, because the chairman of the Presidential Tax Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, this thing, he's been shouting like a broken gramophone of old, that adequate consultations were made to the governors and all the critical stakeholders, and nobody till today has faulted him on that. I was aware that he came about a couple of months ago to Lagos Country Club or Ikeja Country Club beside the Sheraton Hotel. I wasn't opportune to go that day, but I was aware before that he was to be there. So if he was moving around, giving all these consultations, and people were ignoring him, is it now that you now want to be consulted? Anyway, the consultation is still taking place, which is why we are here today. What we are doing now is part of the consultations. And on the consultation, the Senate has already passed the second reading of these 4 tax reform bills. And what are they saying? They have agreed that they be moved to the Senate Committee on Finance for public hearing. And initially, they were given 6 weeks for such to do the public hearing and present their report to the entire Senate. So my question is, this consultation, every Dike and Harry, with all due respect, is now calling for. Is it not the same thing the Senate is doing now? The public hearing is for people to bring their opinions, etc., etc. Lest I forget, the Senate caucus of Southeast Senate caucus, this a couple of days ago, that more time should be given for consultation. When I heard it, I was wondering, are these senators from the Southeast unaware that the Senate has already passed that a public hearing be held? What I think they should be talking about now is the duration of the public hearing. If 6 weeks, as it were, is not enough, it could be extended to 12 weeks. But the consultation has already begun. So like I said, I'm not a politician, so everything I'm doing, I'm talking from an objective point of view, independent-minded point of view. I'm totally in support of these 4 tax reform bills. In 2007, at Sheraton Hotel, Lagos, my accounting firm, Okwudili, Ijezie and Cultural Accountants, we did a seminar, and it was graciously attended by the entire executive, as it were, Council of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, then headed by Dr. Mrs. Catherine Gene Kanwa Opareke. She was here in Sheraton with the entire council to support us because she saw what we are doing was for the good interest of Nigerians. And luckily, in the internet, one newspaper, I think it was Vanguard, published it then, February 2007, and the ICANN president, Mrs. Opareke, was calling on then, during my task seminar, was calling on the Senate to pass immediately these 9 reform bills in February 2007. That if not, it will be very sad for us. I have mentioned it that eventually it wasn't passed, but this time around, they must have to be passed. Because when the technocrats, people who know, are talking, the other people should be listening. There's not too much a problem I see with today's 4 tax reform bills, other than the ncholokoto. Let me use that word so that people can interpret it how they want. Other than the ncholokoto of the VAT is value-added tax, VAT derivation sharing formula. Before now, VAT is attributed to the head office where the company is based. Like MTN, that is based, the head office is in Lagos. The attribution of the VAT, as we speak now, is to Lagos State. Because, so every core in Nigeria is deemed, for purposes of VAT, to have originated from Lagos, which is very, very unfair. And the committee has dictated it, and now decided to apply a different model, that the derivation should carry the weight. If you are in Lagos, you make a call, the VAT will be attributed to Lagos State. If you are in Anambra State, you make a call, the VAT will be attributed to Anambra State, and Anambra State will benefit from the sharing, unlike now. But a lot of people who probably, like, with all due respect to him, but he said it himself, Senator Ali Ndume, he said that he hasn't read the VAT, the 4 tax bills. That was about a month ago. I don't know whether he has read it now. You haven't read it, and you are opposing it. I think Senator Sane Sheikh Husani, former senator in Kaduna State, replied him. He told him to please go and read the tax reform bills before you come out to talk. Meanwhile, these are the people who will vote for it. I wonder why our senators are like this. They are demanding for more time for consultation, etc. I did ask in one WhatsApp forum, and in several WhatsApp forums I belong to, how much time consultation did these senators hold before passing within 48 hours? Let it be recorded, within 48 hours, $2.2 billion foreign debts that President Bola Tinubu requested. 2.2 billion foreign debts. How much consultation we are made? Anyway, I think the moderator wants to cut me short. I've been speaking for too long. Thank you very much.
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to know, you've done the opening remark.
No, I just started.
You just started talking. Okay.
I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. No problems.
Okay. He has graciously given me 5 minutes to wrap up this razzmatazz. And what I'm wrapping up reminds me of Ruben Abati, Dr. Ruben Abati and Oseni, Abi? That's how they normally rap when they are on stage in what's this thing again? Arise Television. So I'm on stage now at the Blakey's National Task Conference. So I can talk and talk and talk. But I've been reminded that I've been talking too much because we haven't formally as it were open. But I decided to say a couple of things. I have my speech ready, which when the time comes, I will read it. But I just wanted to brief you folks how we came into this struggle as it were. Because the struggle as of now is getting a bit not too decorous. And I did say in several forums that after today and tomorrow's wagwangwagwangwa at Sheraton Hotel between 7 and 10 p.m., nobody will read anything again from Blakey, Ijezie about these tax reform bills. I don't have too much dog in the fight, but as a tax consultant, I know it is very, 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 very good for the nation. Thank you. I'll be back later. Let me introduce the moderator, Chief Charles.
No, not the chief, doctor.
Wait. Okay, Dr. Charles Fakrogha.
Yes, sir.
He told me when we met about 2 months ago that he planned to contest for the local government chairman somewhere in Delta State. But I know that the trending news, very unfortunate, about the President General of Okuama,
okay. Close to my
village, close to his village,
yeah.
And I guess the treasurer as well died in detention. So I know that Charles would rather not take their part. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll call you later. I'm on stage, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sorry for coming late, like the chief himself have said. My name is Charles. I am not from EFCC. I'm a stockbroker, so I'm going to be your guide for this program today. And I believe that it is not going to be a waste of time. You are going to enjoy your stay here today. Because like Chief have said, some persons already hooked online. They are listening to us. So I'll say welcome to those of you who have joined us online from other parts of in Nigeria and outside Nigeria, outside Lagos, other parts of the country. Yes, today is the conference. Like Chief have said, we've done quite a number of publicity concerning this conference. So, just to put a foundation to what he has said in his opening remark, and of course, he's also going to give the keynote address Then his main paper, which is the way forward, unlocking the benefits of the new tax reform in Nigeria, is going to come later, and I think Chief is going to really delve into it. Whether he likes it or not, as a tax practitioner, he must be involved in little politics too. But I just want to make it look so lively today. First of all, somebody has asked me, this tax. In the last 2-3 weeks, all of us have become tax consultants, even without going to do ICANN, or even being a member of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. We've all become tax consultants. Everybody, which is also good, because for me, that is the essence of the Taiwo Oyedele's committee. But I ask a question. The spirit of taxation. Is there any spirit behind this taxation? Is there any spirit behind this taxation? Yes, there is a lot of spirit. Like Chief have said, if the Senate, that is the highest lawmaking body, National Assembly, has passed it, I think it has passed second reading. Then members of that same hallowed chamber will still come out again and be saying, more time. For me, at a point in time, I got a little bit irritated. I said I was not going to even listen to anything again. You keep telling us, or you keep saying, more time to consult, more time to... What sort of consultation do we need again? That is why I asked that question. What is the spirit of taxation, generally? We need to know the purpose of taxation. We need to know the purpose of taxation. Why do countries impose taxes on people? Ideally, is to raise revenue for government projects. And any society that does not raise that tax efficiently, then there is a problem. And you're not just only raising that tax for revenue, you are trying to redistribute wealth, according to the tax experts, where you will make people who are wealthy to pay for those who are not wealthy. That is the principles of taxation. Am I correct, sir? So, why all these shouts about this taxation? I continue to ask myself, that means the people who are supposed to make these laws for us, they don't understand the essence or the spirit behind taxation. And that is why they are even lawmakers. So the experts, and that's what I'm talking of. I am not a fan of this government, and I will say it, because I did not vote for the current president. But I must commend this committee. The gentleman, Taiwo Oyedele, has done a lot. And if I'm to assess him, I'll give him about 85%. The young man has done a lot concerning this taxation. Taxation, again, is also used for economic stabilization. Yes, we need to stabilize our economy. The principles of taxation. Like I said, we need to understand the principle of taxation, which is equity, certainty, and convenience. You earn so much, of course you should pay so much. It's as simple as that. Then those people, the estate who are not earning so much, they should be encouraged. For me, I don't really believe in increasing, is it the VAT rate they are talking about, or even pay to increase? I don't believe in it. My own is to increase the tax net. But at the same time, when you are increasing the tax net, somebody who earns 70,000 naira, you want to include that person to begin to pay tax. No. I'm not anti-rich, but we are saying the privileged in the society should pay more in terms of taxation. So, principle of taxation, equity, certainty, and of course, convenience. Now, the modern principle of taxation also talks about fairness, simplicity, transparency, and accountability. Let's allow Chief and the other tax experts to be talking about all the nitty-gritty. For me and you, as ordinary citizens, what do we want to know? The tax we are going to pay, is it being used efficiently? Is it being used properly? So that the man on the street will benefit and will be encouraged to say, wow, this one that we have paid, this is what I can see. There must be evidence now. I was coming today from First, that's why I was even late. Getting to the train station at Doba, you can see the queue to even renew my carry card. The queue was so much. And we renewed. We saw all their adverts there. This is for your tax. This is what your tax is doing. You pay more, you get more of this, that, Lagos State, and all that. But I beg bold to say here, Lagos State government, you're not doing enough with the taxes people are paying. You can't even account for the taxes people are paying. You can't account for it. Now, that transportation, do you know that you pay 750 naira from Doba, that's mile 2, to Marina for a journey of less than 20 minutes in the train? It's mass transit. And as this, even today we said traders have their sanitation, but the crowd was still the same. The train was filled to capacity and people were still standing. To tell you that when Nigerians see something that is good, they will patronize it. I'm appealing to Lagos State government. You can reduce that to 500 naira. Yes. Because we are also paying tax. We are paying tax, and it's our tax money you are being used to finance. So why not charge excessively? If you look at what the buses are collecting, maybe it's 500 naira. So some person will say, because of the increase, I will still go by road. And we know what happens by road from Festac to Marina. You will spend not less than 2-3 hours when there is real traffic. And of course, if they are by bus. Okay, how much is it now, sir? Okay, but certainly it will not be up to 700. Okay, good. Let's say it's even 700 now. And a government train service is taking 750. So what is incentive? What is the incentive? So you need to make it look attractive so that those people who are used to using that bus will now migrate to the rail service. But note, they will also take road from their houses, like we in Festac, before getting to the train station. So, on average, you spend nothing less than 500 naira inside Festac to the train station. They now had the tickets, 750. So you can see, getting to Marina here, you are spending almost 1,200. You can see. Now, they are not using the tax money very well. When you highlight from the train, you will see that people are going to different places. Luckily today, they said they had buses coming to Lekki. And we have to still use our card again. Neatly done. The queue was there. The bus arrived. We all entered. But some other persons going to, I think, what are CMS or so. The queue was so much, the buses are not there. Some persons have to decide to walk from that marina back to the central business area. Transportation should be intermodal so that you connect. And that will encourage a lot of my brothers from the east who are coming from Festac, Agor. When they get to Marina, if the buses are available that will not take them to maybe UBA, other places, you will see that, and I'm telling you, on a daily basis, more than maybe 50,000 Nigerians who come to do business on the highland will use that train services. Okay, so again, we have to understand the international principles of taxation. our legislators are complaining, or generally, well, I wouldn't want to say one part of the country is complaining about the tax reform. I used to think it was a certain part of the country. But like Chief said, I was surprised. Our brothers from the East, the senators too, are also calling for more time. I said, what is the problem here now? What they should be doing is to look at how is it being done internationally. Because if you do research, if you copy from one person, they tell you it's plagiarism. But if you copy from 50 people or 100, they say it's a research.
Really?
Yes. Yes, now you copy from 50, 100 people, you put their references. It's a research. You're no longer copying from one person. Okay? Now, our legislators, some of them are very experienced. Professionals, businessmen, they have been paying tax. They should ask themselves, how is it being done internationally? And I know most of them go abroad to spend their weekend. They should find out from those countries, how are their taxes being used? How is it being collected? How is it being distributed? So that the average citizen is happy. Again, the taxpayer and rights of obligation. Me and you, we are taxpayers, whether we like it or not. We are taxpayers. We pay tax. Even when you are self-employed. Because the consumption tax you're talking about is the VAT. So, you make call. You pay tax. I know Chief is going to delve deeply on that, is it attribution and retribution, where the tax, where it's being consumed, whether the VAT should be there or headquarters of the company. You know, I didn't want to get into that kind of argument because in Niger Delta, where I come from, where you have most of the oil exploration, but the head offices of those companies are located here in Lagos. So that means whatever thing that is generated there, if they want to go by the old principle, it is
The current principle.
the current one,
Correct, yeah.
okay? Because the one is still a reform.
Yeah.
It is Lagos that will get all that. I don't want to go into the detail. I know Chief is going to handle that. They are the tax. We are laymen. We don't know anything concerning this tax reform.
I will apologize somehow.
So we are going to be listening to them, and in fact, by now, I expect the civil society to begin to say enough is enough. Let the Senate pass this bill and let the president sign it. Because we cannot continue to do things the same way continuously and expect a different result. So taxpayers will have a right. You have your right to privacy. You have your right to appeal. If you believe the amount of tax you are paying right now is so much for you, you have a right to appeal. And that is why the Oyedele's commission or committee is telling us that there is also going to be something like that in one of those 4 reform bills. There's going to be kind of a tax cut that you can take your grievances to and they will look at it. You know, in Nigeria, if you pay overtax, for you to get your refund is a big problem. You need to consult people like Chief before you can get your reform. But in some advanced countries, not even in Africa here, they say in South Africa, it is the tax authority that will credit your account, that this is your tax reform. They will not inform you. But in Nigeria here, I don't know whether anybody has gotten tax reform. So that is also a problem. So as a taxpayer, we have the right to know. Your taxpayer obligation, your obligation to file your tax returns, your obligation to pay your tax. I would not encourage anybody to pay their taxes. You should pay your tax. It is when you pay that tax that you have the moral rights or responsibility to begin to ask the government, what are they doing with the money they have collected from you? And you see, the government is so smart. No matter whether it is APC government, whether it is PDP government, even military government, they are so smart that before your salary, now I'm talking of payee now, before your salary gets to you, they've yanked their own away. Yes. They deduct at source. So, you don't even see that money. The same thing, if you have bought shares before, and you are paying withholding tax, I think that's what it's called, withholding tax, on dividend. Before they credit your account as they do now, the government has taken their own tax. For me, that's an efficient way of collecting it. Because as humans, if you say, my dividend is 100,000, and I'm to pay 10%, you are still paying 10% withholding tax. That means I'm going to have 90,000. You're not telling me you will pay me the 100,000, then I will now remove 10,000 and go and pay government. That should not be an efficient way of collecting it. So that is why the government will deduct it at source. That is, for me, efficient tax administration. Okay? Now, we must also continue to do taxpayer education. It is not only for Oyedele and his committee. You can see what Chief has been doing. This is what edition of this tax conference. What edition is this? 8th edition.
8th and final.
8th and final edition. You can see, even before the committee starts work, the tax consultant, the oracle of tax himself, has started it. When we were here, the 7th edition, you made mention of it. We didn't know that it was going to be like this. So it's like he is like a forerunner to the government. For me, and I believe that the government is listening to what we said in the last edition, and they have seen everything. In fact, Chief should also be made a part of that committee. Because if you see the enormous work he has done concerning this tax before that committee that government set up starts their job, he has made it open and clear. And here again, we are here for the 8th edition and the final. I think we need government sponsor for this tax conference, or any other corporate sponsor. Okay, so taxpayers education and awareness, tax literacy program, and of course, tax clinics. Tax clinics. In fact, some of my take home from this conference today is based on, I run a radio show on an online radio, Broad Street Radio. I'm going to be talking about tax clinic, starting from the basis, your personal income tax. Then of course, I will move to SMEs. Because there are so many businesses today, the people are doing their businesses, they're not even aware that they are expected to pay tax. But what do we see in the informal sector? You see some set of people at various bus stops. That's a form of tax. Am I correct, sir?
Sorry?
Some people at various bus stops, they harass and they collect money. It's a form of tax. I mean,
Yeah, fine.
it's a form of tax.
That will stop when this
Reform.
bills are put in place. All those things and taxes will be taken off.
Good. So why can't we support this reform? Why can't we support? In fact, I expect National Union of Road Transport Workers to be behind this tax reform.
They will never support it. They will use their money.
But how do you move forward? Efficient tax collection is key. Because those ones that are collecting is going to private pockets. So me and you should put pressure on the government to say, yeah, this reform, let it start. So that we know that this tax that they are collecting, because I am not objecting them collecting tax, but it should be collected in a manner that is, how do I put it now? Civil.
Simplistic.
Simple. Transparent. What is there if Lagos State says, okay, inside the park, you pay and they give you a receipt as a driver, which covers you maybe for a day, or as the case may be. So that all this at every stop, every bus stop, you see that kind of harassment. So you can see that the way you collect your tax will also attract investors. Imagine a new investor coming from the airport and he gets to Oshodi and he's seen how they are, then he will say there is no law and order in the country. So tax education is very, very key. Tax literacy program, the government, in fact, National Orientation Agency should carry it forward. We should take it even as far as primary school. Let our children be aware that their civic education, social studies, they should be aware of becoming responsible. You have to pay your tax. Tax policy and reform, that is what we are dealing today. The reform, is it timely? Some people are saying, any time. There is no better time than now. Yes, there is no better time. If you say, oh, it will have done long ago, there are two best times to plant a tree. 20 years ago and now. So this is the time we should do this reform. That is the tax rates. Look at the tax policies, the tax rates. They are saying, okay, they are not going to increase VAT immediately. Maybe it's from next year or so. They're going to increase and all that. They want to see how it is, you know, and all that. Okay? But the funny thing I discovered, they now said government is collecting, is it 50 naira on every transfer? You it has started already. So the government itself, too, need to be transparent. What is that for? What is the purpose of that? And you just woke up one day, you know, so you need to carry people along. You might have a very good policy, but the implementation might be a problem. Okay, so we need to relax a little bit. Tax reform principles, reform strategic tax, reform, then of course, we have to look at it internationally. How has it been done? I'm sure there are some countries that have gone through what we are going through now. We should also look at them and do a comparative analysis of their own tax reforms, how it has helped the economy, and see how we can look at it. So the future of taxation in Nigeria, which is what Chief also will be talking about. They want to use a lot of technology. So digitalization is very, very important in terms of collecting this tax. Because I keep saying it. If, as an SME, maybe I run a small shop, and government does not make it efficient for me to come and pay that tax, it will be difficult for me to do my tax return myself. Okay. And I don't want to involve a tax expert, because people always say that these experts, consultants, they don't do anything. Okay, there's another mic here. Okay, this one. Okay. Okay. So they said these consultants don't do anything. And in fact, I attended a program where somebody said a consultant is somebody who reminds you of what you do, and you pay him for reminding you. That's his job. That's the job of a consultant. Whether it's a tax consultant, whether it's a financial consultant, any consultant at all, that they just remind you of what ordinarily you can do yourself. Okay? But I will advise that for SMEs, please, you can get a tax consultant and ensure that you do the proper valuation and return. And that is where for now it is still FIRS. FIRS. They said they are going to change the name, we don't know. NRS. NRS, okay. This is what they should be doing. Engage with the tax community, the experts, and say, please, try and do a kind of a reduction for what you collect for SMEs. Because the essence is to get so many people inside that basket. And in doing that, your transactions, your turnover in a year is not up to 25 million. Why will you pay tax? Okay, so, and when you encourage people like that, you see their business is improving, their turnover will increase. They will come into that your net naturally. And it will be easy for them to continue to pay. So, innovations in taxation, of course, the young people will tell us blockchain, artificial intelligence, big data, and that is what this committee is also using. Taiwo Yodele's committee. They are using all this new technology to speak to the data. And that's why it's able to tell you that, I think, is it for VAT? Imo State contributes one of the lists in terms of VAT.
Well, yesterday I saw in a forum where the government was
disputing that, okay.
I didn't read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good, but we need some of this data so that everybody will see it and will interpret it. We used to have this notion before that, oh, why would the northern states, why would they share VAT from alcoholic drinks? And originally told us that even the contribution from alcohol just is less than 3%. But we have been saying, why would they benefit when they don't even consume it? Why should they benefit and all that? So, for me, politicians are very, they are just smart in the wrong side of everything. They use every opportunity to see how they can divide and rule the average Nigerian. So the role of taxation in achieving economic development is very, key in terms of our sustainable development. So I think we should just relax a bit. I want to ask some questions. Why did the taxpayer bring a ladder to the audits? The taxpayer, his tax consultant is there. He took a ladder to go and meet him. And the tax consultant was not asking him, why are you bringing this ladder here? Do you know what he said? He wanted to take a high-level approach to his deductions. Because he felt he was paying so many. A high-level approach to his deduction. He wants to get tax deduction because he's paying so much. Why did the tax return go to the therapy? Again, the man paying the tax, he said he's paying so much tax, he has to go to therapy. And the tax consultant would not say that, what sort of therapy do you want to go? And he said, I have a lot of deductions to walk through. He wants to be sure that the deductions, he wants to get everything. So these are just some of the things about, there are so many of them. This one is very popular. What did the tax consultant, the tax accountant, say when his client asked him to forge the numbers? Yes, I've seen so many cases. The owner of the company said, just forge the numbers. And sometimes even tell you they have two accounts. I don't know how true is that. There is one that they show to the tax authority. There's another one, I don't know who they are going to show that one. And when you come as a tax consultant, you are trying to look at their books, they will tell you, just adjust some of the numbers. And the man is telling the tax consultant, please forge some of these numbers. And the tax consultant said, I am not a magician, I am an accountant. Accountants don't bring up numbers from their head. Do they, sir? It's from the books. So he needs to be a magician to formulate those numbers. So he told the owner of the firm, I am not a magician. I am an accountant. So the numbers will come from the books. So I'm using this again to appeal to our tax consultant. Please do not connive with your clients to see how you can falsify some of the figures. Not only if in fact in terms of audited report and all that, but I know that the convener of this conference has zero tolerance for those kind of issues, and that is why you can see the number of places he has been when it comes to not only tax consulting, but in terms of corporate governance, which I would say is an apostle of good corporate governance in a firm. Why did the taxpayer bring a magnet to the audit? The taxpayer, he brought a magnet when they were doing audit. Why? He wanted to attract more attention to his deductions. Because most people who pay tax, they are looking for everything. They say it's tax deductible. Certain things they have done, they want to go and claim it. Okay, so the taxpayer decided to bring a magnet so that it will attract a lot of deductions. So why did the auditor break up with his girlfriend? She was always depreciating his assets. She was always depreciating his assets. He had to break up with his girlfriend. He's a tax consultant too. But the girlfriend was always depreciating his assets. It's not exactly, you're correct. It's not tax deductible. Okay, so why did the auditor say, or what did the auditor say when the taxpayer asked him to explain the audit process? Well, it's like a puzzle. We try to find all the pieces and then we make you pay for them. That is tax. So, but one thing I want to say now here is, Nigerians, we are a good set of people. We don't evade tax as long as the collecting agency and the government makes use of this tax very well. But some person will say, Nigeria, we are people who don't want to pay tax. Is that correct? Yes. We don't want to pay tax. So, why is it that we don't want to pay tax? Yes, for me, human beings are the same all over the world. But once you have the laws that will check them, then they will sit up. That is my belief. I attended a security conference, the Northern Security Management, and they were saying that there is so much crime in Nigeria. I said, but if you go to South Africa, in fact, the US, and I asked the question, they said, in Nigeria, in Lagos here, I have not heard shooting in secondary school or primary school in this Lagos. I might be wrong. I've not heard. But in the US, it's like a daily occurrence. But the good thing here is, once it happens, they know how to apprehend those that are involved. And they are putting measures to mitigate. Because security issues, you cannot completely eradicate. You can only reduce it to manageable level. So the same also applies to tax evasion. No matter what you do, some persons will also want to beat the system. But if you have the tax laws, the rules that will check those kind of persons, and when they are found that the penalties are very, very great, then people will then sit up. So somebody was now asking, why did the Nigerian businessman try to hide his income from the FIRS? We don't want to declare our income correctly. So the businessman, why is he trying to hide it from the FIRS?
So he won't pay the tax.
No, he wanted to dash the tax man. This look at this analogy. The custom people, they will tell you this one is for government. This one is their own. And the businessman will be happy because at the end of the day, it looks at what he's paying the custom person as price and what is going to the government. If you look at the actual you're going to pay is reduced. But he does not know that at the end of the day, it is himself and that custom official that they are surcharging. Because we should know the principles of taxation, the revenue collection, what the money is expected to be doing. And that is why the chief said we should not be get involved in politics. When a politician or the governor comes to tell me I am flagging off a road, you are flagging off, not that you are going to commission the road. Just flagging off. You are not even started. You are bringing media people. You are bringing everybody to come and do a jamboree. It is not necessary. Then they will say, oh, this man is working. I asked a question. I'm not being personal now. Last year I was in Port Harcourt. That is before this government came in. That was sometime in May. Yeah. For a program. And they were praising the then governor of Rivers State. Oh, Mr. Project, Mr. Project. I said, what is this? His father's money? It is me and your money. It is the taxpayers' money. We only employ him there as a superintendent. It's our collective money. So why should he? Besides, that is his job. That is his job. It's just like I work for you 30 days and you pay me salary, I'm praying for you. And I have worked for the money. So our politicians, we have put them there. That is their job description. They should do it. It's only when we see that they do extraordinary that we begin to praise them. Not doing normal, what is the road? Then you bring all the people from my village, all the masquerade to come and dance. For how many kilometers of road? I'm not against the Lagos state government. But all of us here, even those online, I am sure you don't have pipe-borne water directly to your house. Do you have? All of us here, we will have dug our own borehole at one time or the other. Or well, as the case may be. And yet, you have Ministry of Water Resources. I don't know what water they are resourcing here. Like in my locality in Festac, everybody has a borehole.
And they want to come and you to pay some money.
Yes, we've seen that kind of thing. Pay some borehole tax. Which you have done yourself. Because ordinarily, if you are functioning well as a government, that we don't need for those kind of boreholes. That we don't need. But now they are coming to say they want to tax that borehole. It's a failure of government. So in trying to conclude, so that we'll go to the next item, I will just take a brief paper on taxation and national development and growth in Nigeria. Just very brief, then we can ask questions. Yeah. So taxation plays a major role in Nigeria's national development and growth. The government relies heavily on taxation to fund public expenditure, infrastructure development, and social services. The government relies heavily on taxation. Agreed? Taxation as a tool for economic growth. Effective taxation can stimulate economic growth by providing the government with the necessary revenue to meet in critical sectors such as education, healthcare, and infrastructure. The last conference we talked about agriculture, where government can support agro-allied businesses. Because talking of food security, food security, food security. And now they even said food security is part of national security. An hungry man will not listen to this lecture I'm giving you. That is the truth. That is the first security. Stomach infrastructure. And I must say, as a broadcaster, I observe a lot. Moving from first tag to Doba, the train station, standing at the queue, renewing my carry card, entering the train. I look at the faces of my brothers and sisters, Nigerians. They are all frowning. Nobody is smiling. And I can listen to their discussion. They say, oh, Christmas is just from less than 2 weeks, or maybe just less than 2 weeks. And they are not seeing any sign of that Christmas. And I made a joke because I used to crack a lot of jokes. I said, obviously they are postponing Christmas. Another young man said that, okay, not be so, they don't postpone now. Now your birthday, the man went to birthday, say make you go. That the person that has that birthday did not even celebrate it this way, we are taking it. Okay, but I can see the frustration in Nigerians. And that's why we see all sorts of things happening. And the government cannot say they cannot do anything. I know followership has a big responsibility, but the leadership, everything rises and falls with the leader. The leaders should rule or lead by example. We're talking of cutting our bogus expenditure in government, and yet we are not seeing it manifesting in the government officials. I don't see why it's so difficult for our distinguished senators and our honorable representatives, the wise men. Why can't they say, okay, 50% reduction in all our allowances? Some of them are already wealthy before they get there. Fine, you are serving the country. 50% reduction will go a long way in making funds available for other government projects. So there are challenges facing taxation in Nigeria. Despite the potential, taxation in Nigeria faces several challenges. Inefficient tax administration. I'm not saying it is Uhuru, it's not yet Uhuru, because people will say the tax reform bill that has passed second reading, the Taiwo Oyedele's committee has done all the work. That is the answer to our taxation issue. I will tell you, no, a lot still needs to be done. But let's start from somewhere. So, inefficient tax administration. The Nigerian tax system is often criticized for being inefficient, with many taxpayers evading tax or exploiting loopholes, which is true. Low tax compliance as followers too. Normally, they say you must remove the peck in your eyes first before you tell your brother. Let me use workers, for example. Let us ensure that we pay our own tax, we are compliant, before we begin to criticize government officials or businessmen. Because I know that majority of workers, civil servants, if they have the option, they will not pay that tax. But because it is deducted as source, and it goes. So low tax compliance rates in Nigeria, very, very low, which reduces government revenue base. You know, when the government, they come up with a budget, this is the amount. I think this current budget is up to 50 trillion. It's about 47 trillion. 47 trillion naira. Now, a budget is a proposal. This is what we want to spend. Now, how are you going to finance those expenses? And taxation should be one of the key pillars to finance those expenses. But I must tell you, I'm also confused, but I'm going to listen to Chief.
It should be the major one, actually.
It should be the major one, okay, before we come to natural resources. I'm going to listen to Chief. If custom is a revenue generating agency, in future it will not. Okay, good. Okay? And they will tell us that Apapa Custom Command.
It will not be. If you come to the budget, it will stop being the collecting agency.
Yes, you stop being the collecting agency. That's according to this reform now.
Generate, but it will not collect.
They will not collect.
Yeah,
Yes,
they
they
won't collect.
won't collect. Another agency.
And there will be custom duty.
NRS will collect.
Yes, there will be custom duty also.
Oh, there were all those things.
All those
They
things.
won't be the ones in charge of collecting.
Exactly, because they see they are
Collection is now being centralized.
exactly. It's a government agency, so they should have their budget. Government should fund them.
Now, all Dr. Felix recommended that many years ago.
Who?
Dr. Felix.
Dr. Felix.
Okay, that's
I
economics.
was the secretary of that.
You see?
And they threw it to my board. Now
See?
it's coming back.
Coming back. It's coming back again.
Throw it to Kabbalah as well.
That's what we are saying. There is nothing again that is new. All these reforms, people have proposed them before, and we are coming back to them. So my question with the tax consultant is, they will tell me, customers exceeded their targets in terms of revenue collection for the half year, for the 9 months. And our government is still going to borrow money. And I'm asking myself, so all those revenue customers collected, where has it gone to? Is it still with the custom, or it has gone to central bank, or where? I will listen to your lecture, sir.
I don't know where.
It should be the TSA. Should be the TSA.
Ordinarily, yes.
Exactly. So if we say 47 trillion, and we're able to generate from taxes, maybe about 25 trillion, we are looking at just maybe another 20 trillion. Maybe we can now get that from our resources and all that. And at the end of the day, we might have maybe a little budget deficit. But yet, we will still borrow extensively to fund that budget.
And no consultation during those budgets.
Exactly. Me as an individual, I can't just go and borrow money to buy a new car. Yes, I can borrow money maybe to start a business. You should borrow money for production. Sorry, I'm not an obedient to, because they say production, not consumption. We should borrow money for production, not for consumption. How can you borrow money to be feeding continuously? As an investment expert, a stockbroker, you want to see that how this money, the investment you are going to make use of it, and what it will generate for you, you pay back the loan, pay the interest, and you begin to enjoy whatever that is left. And that's why I kept telling people in personal finance, they tell you they cannot save, that the money is not enough. It's a big lie. The first thing you do is to pay yourself first. You save before start spending what is left. But what we do, we spend first before we are not trying to go and save. It's not possible. You have to save first. Whatever that is left, you cannot go and spend it. I was invited by some young people to a club, and before I knew what, they were playing one sort of song, and a young man too, they were calling his name. They said do re mi, and he was just, and I was wondering, how will somebody spend money like this? And the more they were playing the music, the more it was, spending. For me, that is a money abuse problem. Because somebody who knows how to handle money, you will not spend money like that. If you have struggled, your hard-earned sweat, money, you will not just, because it is your life energy you are trading to get money. And why would you just waste it like that? So let's come back to our tax. Some of the challenges, we say dependence on oil revenue. We depend so much on oil revenue. And that is why, because they have said nations that have a lot of resources don't look at tax. But again, even the oil revenue, they have one special tax there. Is it petroleum profit tax? I don't know how efficiently it's being collected, whether the IOCs are paying what they are supposed to pay. That is the oil companies that they are paying the necessary tax they are supposed to pay. And some of them I have discussed, they will tell you they have this joint venture. They want to develop an oil well. They will bring their own. Government, they say most of the time, government does not meet up their own contribution. They will end up doing that for government. And like you have said, it now becomes for tax deductible. they want to now collect it from the revenue that is coming.
The IRS is full of tricks.
Good. In their own countries, can they do such a thing? They can. So why is it that it is here they are doing it? Because we cooperate with them, our officials. So even the oil that we depend on, we don't even know how much oil we produce on it in a day. Now I saw the last one, OPEC, I said, is it 1.3 million barrels per day? But I will tell you, we can produce more than that. The wastage and leakage is just too much. The theft is
the actual production is probably up to 2 million barrels, but the theft is already 1.3.
It should be more than what is even declared. Yes.
Much more.
Because, and it shows that we are a country that we are not serious. How can a private security owned by one of my brothers in the Niger Delta will accuse the security forces that they want Haiti, and up till today, nothing is being done? Even a journalist went undercover to reveal so many things. He was arrested. So, is it that the people that are involved in this oil theft, they are bigger than our country? We should know that oil today still remains our mainstay in terms of revenue. The taxation we're talking about cannot support. And for me, it's an issue of national security. If I'm in my house, my main source of revenue, I have people around that are blocking it and wasting it, I will declare total war on those people. Yes, it's high time the Nigerian government declare total war on oil thieves. In fact, if you say they are oil thieves, they are even trying to make it look nice. These are oil criminals, economic saboteurs. It's a criminal. Economic, it's an EFCC case. Because you're the Economic and Financial Crime Commission. Because if you have less revenue from that oil, government cannot do some of the things they want to do. If you get to that Mile 2 door by that train station, if you see the number of persons that have converted that place to their residence in the morning like this, families, father, mother, children. In fact, this morning I shed tears. I saw a baby. The mother was sleeping there. That's the pedestrian bridge. And the other children were out there trying to solicit for hands. How do we recommend for improvement? Because it's not just talking. As people who are stakeholders, we need to also, like Chief is doing with this conference, how to suggest to government how to improve the tax collection. So to improve taxation and the impact on national development and growth in Nigeria, the following recommendations can be considered. Tax reform, which is what the government has started, and all of us should support it. Implementing tax reforms that simplify the tax code, reduce a tax rate, and eliminate loopholes can improve tax compliance and increase revenue. Improve tax administration. You don't even need to be a tax expert to know. We need to improve our tax administration. Where, in fact, I came from the capital markets, where we buy and sell shares and other financial assets. Do you know at a point in time, two government agencies were fighting as to who will collect stamp duty? NIPOS, FIRS. So, some of our colleagues who remitted to NIPOS, FIRS said they are on their own. And I'm wondering, these are two government agencies. That's to collect VAT. on sale or purchase of shares. NIPOS and FIRS were struggling. If I became a very big problem, they have to call a stakeholder meeting. Do you know how it was resolved? They now said, those of us who have paid to NIPOS, let it end there. From henceforth, start paying to FIRS. Those of you who have paid to FIRS, okay, continue. NIPOS said no, that there is a limit. Maybe 6 months you have to pay. I said, again, government agencies need to harmonize. And that is what this reform is trying to do, to ensure that it is one central agency that collects tax or revenue. Custom collects. Even the master collects. NPA collects. Cheaper council collects. And at times, they are cross purposes. And that's why businessmen will complain of multiple taxation. And you come and say you want to encourage businesses. A small business, you just finish that business with so many taxes. In some countries, they give tax holidays for small businesses. They give them to encourage them. Diversification of revenue base. I've always mentioned that. In fact, I've said it several times, Nigeria, we cannot continue to remain a monoproduct economy. If the prices of oil, the price of crude oil in the international market goes up, it's a problem to Nigeria. Comes down, it's a problem to Nigeria. You should not allow and depend on only one source of revenue. No. We should diversify. And of course, they are telling us non-oil exports. How many have we seen? My brothers from the East who try to do a lot of exportation, importation, if the average importer or exporter tells you their problem, my brother, you're not going to that business. And I commend them, I praise them for the work they do. Is it maybe you are exporting is it soya bean or ginger? And when it gets to the international market, it does not meet the quality. The amount of water in your beans is not what is recommended, and that is the end of your product. These are the things government need to come in, encourage them, let them understand the standards, and how to ensure that when they are exporting this item, in terms of the shipping, their products are stored properly, so that when they get to the international market, it is the specification that the buyers require. And that will improve the business, and they will continue to now pay tax. So we need to diversify our economy. Okay, in trying to round up, I will just review whet your appetite concerning Chief's paper, because Chief's paper is the main thrust why we are here. So unlocking some of the benefits of this new tax reform in Nigeria requires understanding the recent changes and their implication. The Nigerian government has introduced several tax reform bills, including the Nigerian Tax Reform Bill, that's the Nigerian Tax Bill, Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Bill, Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, and Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill. Those are the four reforms that, by the grace of God, maybe in the next 1 or 2 months, the government will, our wise men, my brothers, your brothers, our sisters who are there, they will apply wisdom, and of course, it will be signed into law. So key benefits of the new tax reform, they say simplify the tax system. The new tax reform aims to streamline Nigerian tax system, making it easier for taxpayers to comply. If you make a process very tedious. People will not want to comply. But if you make it seamless, look at transfer now. You don't even need to have data. USSD. You go to some supermarkets, you don't have your card, you can do transfer, it's accepted. But again, you see the problem? When you transfer to some of these big, I won't mention some of these big banks, your money will hang. If you transfer to some of these smaller fintech financial companies, I don't want to mention their name, I'm not advertising for them. The money will, things will go. And I'm asking myself, I have an experience recently. Today is Thursday. On Tuesday, transfer just 10,000 naira to somebody. And up to today, I have been debited. The person has not received the money. And when I called they said it's my bank. I called my bank. In fact, they were exposing their stupidity. And I said, I'm coming to that branch. And yesterday I was there. From the manager, the operations manager, everybody, I abused all of them. I said, you are telling us to do cashless. Now I've transferred 10,000 naira since Monday. I have been debited. The beneficiary has not getting the value. Then what are you talking about? And that's why you see today, young persons don't use these big banks. Most of them I've seen. I don't know, okay, money bonds, OPay, PANPay, those are the kind of. And those ones, I cannot even look where I can locate their offices. And they tell us they're no longer doing brick and mortar. It's online. So if you want us to go online, cashless, improve those your digital assets. It was after much harassment at the bank yesterday that they promised that they were going to do it. But as I left the bank, it was not done. It is this morning, as I was coming here, I got a call from the beneficiary that the money has dropped. So what are we talking? Huh? So we need to simplify this tax system. Make it simple so that people will be happy. They'll be happy to do their tax return. If you go to another market, I'm telling you, most of those traders there don't have a tax consultant. So the authorities can liaise with the tax experts. And say, okay, these are the tax experts we are using. Discuss with them at a very subsidized rate. Do your tax return. The government will benefit. The tax consultant will benefit. Even the traders themselves will benefit. Because they will know that they are also contributing their own quota to government economic issues. Then today we've actually do everything for ourselves. Babas don't even believe that we need to even pay tax any longer. Yes, if you provide your own water, provide your own security, provide your own light, what do you need government for again? So we need a lot of work. So let government make the tax system very simple. Reduce the tax rates. The reforms introduced revised tax rate, including the reduced corporate tax rate of 25% from 2026. Is that correct? Reduce it from 25%. They want to bring it down.
From 30 to 27.7
okay.
Next year and 25 2026.
Okay, so a gradual reduction of the corporate tax. Well, if you ask me, corporate tax is for the big companies now. Abi? But again, let me speak from the stock exchange. All the companies that are quoted there, we did a study. If you look at the tax they pay on a yearly basis, it's more than because they are listed on the exchange and they have no choice not to comply. And that's why we keep saying the government should partner with stockbrokers, and of course the stock exchange, and encourage more companies to come and list. Because once you are there, like we used to say, it's full disclosure. This is also part of the tax reform. So, we are not surprised. Nigerians, we are very smart people. We are very strong. We don't even need government. But we are saying that time has passed. The time has come where we need to hold government accountable for whatever thing they are doing. We should not stay aloof and say, no, it doesn't concern me. It's not, okay. Yeah. We should not stay and say, no, it doesn't concern me. No, it's for them. It is for everybody, me and you. If not for ourselves, for our children, yet unborn. So they say they want to reduce the tax, the corporate income tax, from a gradual reduction. Then when it gets to 2026, it will be 25%. Now they are paying 30%. And that makes some of the companies to underdeclare the profits. Yes. And that is only possible with the auditors. Again, professionalism comes in. Why, if an auditor to a firm, why would you want to encourage them to cut corners and go against your own ethics and professionalism? And that's why in our own firm, in our own profession, stockbrokers, as for us who are accountants, you will take that oath of allegiance. You must do what is right. And if there are issues and you are found capable, suspension of your license or your professional, what do you call it now? That's your code I used to practice. To be suspended, and if it's a very serious case, of course, you can be expelled from the profession. Okay, increased tax exemption. The reform raised the threshold for personal income tax to 200,000 and reintroduce. Okay, we have said this before. We have said this before. They are saying people who receive, I don't know the exact amounts now, 800,000 yearly, I mean? Okay. Okay. That's, let's say about 70,000 in a month. So they will not be paying tax. Okay. So that is also another way of saying the rich will need to support the poor. In any society, we must always have the classes. We must have the lower class, middle class, the upper class. It's there. But my advice has always been, it is not a must. You say, okay, the rich, you must take care of the poor. Now, the lower class should not also envy those in the middle and upper class. Don't envy them. Because at any point in time in history, you must have the lower class. You must have the middle class. You must have the upper class. But our problem in Nigeria, it is now difficult from the lower class to move to the upper class. Or even the middle class to move to the upper class. Because the middle class has been wiped out completely. As we have been told. Who are the middle class? Me and you are going to be the middle class. Yeah, professionals. Government workers. But today now, it's either you are poor or you are rich. Is it not insanity? One person, one estate, over 700 and something duplex. Is it not insanity? One person, though they say allegedly. No, I think it has been forfeited now. So that means it's not allegedly again. It's a crime. The court has forfeited, they've taken it from the owner. One person. And I must tell you, even among us here, are we sure if we are in this position, we're not going to do worse? So I'm also very careful in trying to just criticize. But we should look at this tax reform. Is the government really sincere in what they are doing? It's a good one, trying to say those who are earning 800,000 and below. In fact, nobody should earn 800,000 and below in the country today. The minimum wage is 70,000. 840,000. So that is to encourage them. Because of you are in the low cadre, you are not going to pay tax. That is your personal income tax. That does not mean that if you have been able to buy shares in some other companies, you will still pay your withholding tax. So, because that one is not your own investment. Or your wife has a jewelry shop somewhere and you people are making so much money. That you will not say, oh, I am a civil servant, I'm being paid 70,000, I'm not going to pay tax. That one is different from a personal business you are doing. You need to do proper assessment. And that's why we have the tax consultants to take you through and pay. And I'm sure, reasonably, when you engage them in their services, you are not going to pay so much. Am I correct, sir? When you engage a tax consultant,
It depends on
you're not going to pay so much.
It depends on who engages. If a billionaire comes around,
No, but you see, there is a problem. For me, I still believe that we have shortage of tax consultants, or let me say accountants. I really spoke to a young lady who is doing a very online business, and she does not have any accounting process. That's okay. How do you know that you have made profits? How do you account for your expenses? How do you pay yourself? He said, well, if she needs money, she just draw and collect. I said, then you cannot assess the progress you are making. You say, I'm not fit to employ any accountant. I know what I make. And I say, no. And that is why if you don't have those kind of records, you can't do a proper tax return. She said, return. Now government start the business for me. So we need a lot of tax education. Yes, I will agree with her. She read microbiology. After looking for a job, she didn't see anything. And she just went for a training, online training, and she started this online business. And today, if you call her and say, come and work for oil company, she will not go and work there. Because she has seen that she's making so much money. But I wanted her to really harmonize it, make it look formal, so that at the end of the year, you can have an account to show that this is your operation. Because that accounting simply tells you the figures, the numbers, what you have been doing for a period of time, maybe it's 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or full year. So that she will know the profit she has actually made. And say, okay, am I going to retain this amount in my business to increase it? Or I'm going to use this one now and enjoy myself, because this is, and I have to tell her, put yourself in the salary. You pay some other workers. Place yourself on the salary as the MD of the company. Don't be doing MD drawings, as we used to say in account. Put yourself as an employee. So at the end of the month, not when they say one of your cousins is getting wedded, that's the actually you buy. What style of hair has come? You buy, you don't tip because the money is there. I said, no. You need to be disciplined when it comes to your business. And that is a major reason why small businesses cannot survive today in Nigeria. No proper accounting. And once you do that proper accounting, you can show government the profit you have made. And it is based on that profit, they will now calculate the tax. And I already given a threshold. I don't know the amount now. Maybe if you have a turnover of, I think, less than 50 million, you will not even pay that tax. So this is a time where small businesses should have proper accounting in their operations, because it enables them to give a fair activities of what they are doing. So improve tax administration. The reform established a new Nigerian revenue service to improve tax administration and enhance revenue collection. You know, in the past, we have seen that so many different agencies collect this tax, but now they want to improve on that. What are the challenges and the prospects? While the new tax reform offers several benefits, there are also challenges to be addressed. These include the need for effective implementation, taxpayer education. This is what this conference is already doing. Chief has started it before their committee even starts work. Despite these challenges, the tax reform has the potential to transform Nigeria's tax system, promote economic growth, and empower Nigerians. So we need a lot of tax education. Don't say, no, it's for the accountant. Everybody needs that tax education. So let me conclude by taking some of the benefits from this tax reform. The Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee has listed the ways tax reform bills will benefit Nigerians. It highlighted ways households and individuals, including youth, small businesses, and investments, high-income earners, and high net worth individuals, states can benefit from the reform. So, if they say they are coming to do a town hall meeting in terms of this time, we should try and attend and make our own contribution. It is very, very important. The time has come where we will not leave anything for them. We must continue to ask them questions. We must continue to say, no, we cannot continue like this. So, one of the main benefits is a complete exemption of low-income earners up to 1 million per annum, about 83,000 per month, which is the low-income earners from payee. So if you earn less than 800,000 in a year, you are not going to pay your personal income tax. That's one benefit. Reduce payee for those earning monthly salary of 1.7 million or less. So you can see, the reform is going to take care of a lot of us. 0% VAT on food. You know, before we pay VAT on food, but this reform now is going to say no more VAT on food items. Healthcare, education, I don't know how true it is, electricity generation and transmission, because they said the grid collapsed. But thank God, as I was coming, they said they brought light again. VAT exemption on transportation, renewable energy, CNG, baby products, sanitary towels, rent and fuel products. You will not pay VAT on all these items. Tax break for wage award and transport subsidy for low-income earners. So if your governor decides to increase your salary, you will not pay tax on those increases. Tax incentives for employers to hire more people incrementally than in the previous 3 years. So these are some of the benefits you will get from this new tax reform. Exemption of stamp duties on rent below 10 million. Friendly tax rules for remote workers and those who work digitally. Then finally, clarity on taxation of digital assets to avoid double taxation and allow for deductions for losses. So these are some of the benefits of this new tax reform bill. And I encourage all of us to partake very well and be convinced that yes, it's indeed to benefit all of us. Thank you. say question and answer? Question and answer? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, question and answers.
And for people who are online.
Yeah, those of you who are online, you are live, so you can ask your question. IT, can we see them? Anybody want to ask question online?
Yeah. No. Come and find. Is there nobody there online?
Nobody there to ask you question? Okay.
But there are people online.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and of course, they are hearing what you are saying. So, any question from here? Question, contribution, observation.
Well, let me observe one.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Chief Charles, or Dr. Charles.
Yeah.
My only observation is that it seems that you interlocked into my own problem. Your mine was to give a speech on the way forward and the benefits, but you have just done it. So I hope that when I'm when I take it very lightly, you people will know that I'm just summarizing what he has done. Thank you very much.
Any other contribution, observation? Okay. So we can stretch our legs a little bit. We can stand up, do some little exercise. Yes, sitting down too much is not good. Yeah, let's stand up, let's stretch our legs. Stretch our legs. Yeah. Stretch. Yeah, so stretch our legs. You can do this. Just watch me. Being a former teacher, I do this with my children most of the time. Yeah. For your heart, make sure you touch out. Yes. No, let it touch out. Yeah. Let your elbow touch out. Look at that. Out. Out. You feel it. Out. Okay. Then do this. All. Keep it there. Down. Up again. Down. Lift your toes. Stand on your toes. Your toes. This is good for your kidney. Down. Up again. Down. Up again. Down. Just do it 10 times. Down. Yeah. So that the blood will keep flowing down. No water will retain on your feet. We need to take care of our kidney. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm ready to take on the main dish.
Okay, I think we are prepared now because we are going to be having the essence of why we are here. That is for the Blakey National Tax Conference, a journey of taxation excellence. And it's going to be delivered by no other person. I need to give him the respect. Chief Blakey, Okwudili, Ijezie.
You got it right today.
I got it right today. Thank you very much, sir. So let's pay attention. Because me too, I'm going to be sitting down there and take my note because this is going to be our take home for this 8th edition.
8th edition and grand finale.
8th edition and grand finale of the tax conference.
After today, my bills will come on. Anybody who wants to know about that, I will send their bill. But now it's free of charge.
But ahead of something,
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I mean, the timing is not too good now. My wife will not allow me to stay there till 10. No. Even they will do family meeting for me. I'll try, I think.
No.
So you have to say, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We now have a fuller house.
Yes.
When we started by 9:45, I was wondering whether because it's online, a lot of people, including the guest speakers, were online as well. But we now have an appreciable number of people, including one of the chairmen and guest speakers, Chief NAC Mark Anthony Chidolue Dike. He used to be an executive director at Federal Inland Revenue Service, which the government in its wisdom wants to change to Nigerian Revenue Service. He used to be president chairman of Council of Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, as well as president chairman of Council of West African Union of Tax Institute. And thereafter, he was a member, honorary member of Tax Tribunal, Lagos Zone. Not only that, he was a guest speaker at this conference many months ago, and equally chairman of the conference. Mark Chidolue, you're highly welcome. There are a lot of other people who arrived when we finished the first course, and I can see anytime, because I wear a glass, I don't see clearly, but anytime I see the solution is here, I know that it must be my very good friend, Leo Chieboka Esquire. He's the current SSA to the Solutions Governor, Professor C.C. Soludo, and the head of Anambra State Liaison Office in Lagos, in Victoria Island here. So he's actually supposed to be our host. Thank you very much. As I have been following all your posts in the social media about the good things Professor Soludo is doing. Keep it up. He has been coming to this conference. This is the 8th edition. His office has come, if I'm not mistaken, for 6 editions. And personally, this is his 3rd or 4th time he's coming. You are most welcome. And Richard Moore, this is your 2nd time. And you actually came slightly before I came in, about the same time, but you missed your way looking at the complex is too big. You are most welcome. And the lady from one of our former chairman of the 2nd edition, Otunba Ranti Omole, FCA. He was the chairman on this stage exactly a year ago, December 12th. He told me he was abroad enjoying, but that he will make sure he will turn up for this conference. Man proposes, God disposes. He's in Lagos or in Nigeria now, but he has another commitment. But he told me he will send a staff or a team. One of them is here. You're welcome. And some other people, because my eyes I can't see far away. Please, you are all welcome. I saw somebody who is like my very good friend at the IIF. Am I right? That lives in Magodo. You know that wine, Ken, you know that drink you gave me the other time. I told you I know the drink again since February 1. My youngest brother, an engineer, came to my house one day. He had all this computer bag or so. The drink was in my sitting room where he was. Then when he left, I started looking for the drink. He told me, you are no longer drinking alcohol or wine, so why would you be keeping a drink as if he said that he has taken it? And that's it. So why I'm telling you this thing is that that's your drink, and somebody else drink, so I need a replacement. This is Christmas. So you're all welcome. When I started before, it was a extemporaneous discourse. I didn't want to read from anything, but I now want to read a speech I had prepared. There are actually 2. I will read one now, and after lunch or after Chief Dike's presentation, I will continue. The second one is actually tabulating about 50 benefits we are going to get if these tax reform bills are passed. Because out there in the news, cacophony of voices saying no, give them more time, etc., etc. Why are we giving more time when we can see the benefits now? Why do we have to throw away the baby with the bathwater? Why don't we see the ones we all agree about and get the National Assembly to pass those ones then we can now devote more time to the ones that are contentious and that are controversial. That is the way I am saying it. Let's look at those ones, the benefits, those ones we can derive maximum benefit, and encourage the National Assembly, because anything we talk here without the National Assembly voting ayes or nay, we haven't started. The ball is now in their court. So we are actually encouraging them to look at these bills during this public hearing that is ongoing at the National Assembly, see the sessions that are controversial, that are contentious, and we can keep those ones aside and pass the ball. Because if we don't pass them now, probably in 10, 20 years' time, we'll come back to the same table. Chief Dike just told us that many years ago, probably 15, 20 years ago, Dr. Felix was saying that we should consolidate all the revenue collection agencies into one. It wasn't done. Till today, it hasn't been done. But if then they saw that there are a lot of controversial sessions and deleted them and passed that one, we won't be talking about it today. So that is actually my position before I start reading what I have here. What I have here is December 12, 2024, Blakey's National Tax Conference, a journey of taxation excellence. It's actually a journey which is, we started 14 months ago, October 10, 2023. We are actually trying to preempt what will be happening today, and I'm happy. I'm happy we have done it. Overview. Introduction to Blakey's Conference. Blakey's National Tax Conference is a pivotal event aimed at advancing the discourse on taxation in Nigeria. This conference serves as a platform for tax professionals to engage in meaningful dialogue. We are dialoguing. We are not saying it must be this way. Let's get our views across and let some people take it off from there. To dialogue about tax reforms, best practices, and the challenges facing the taxation landscape. By bringing together experts and stakeholders, the conference plays a crucial role in shaping policies. We are very gratified that we have played a crucial role in shaping policies that enhance tax compliance and economic growth in Nigeria. Let's go through the conference editions overview. The first one, like I said earlier, is on tax reforms, and it was carried out at Fola's Hotel, Anthony Village, Lagos, October 10, 2023. The theme was tax reform in Nigeria, reform challenges and prospects. And I gave a keynote address that day, paving the way for the future, for the journey ahead. I was paving the way for the journey ahead, and the journey is almost completed. But I saw today then, and we try to encourage people to key in. There's this quotation in my discourse, in my lecture, or in my keynote that day, which is relevant today. I did say that people should join us in looking at what the work of the Presidential Committee on tax, on fiscal policy and tax reforms. That if people stay aloof and don't engage them, don't make their proposals, their positions known, that I'm sure that when their recommendations are being carried out, that the lamentations will go to the next level. And that's prophetic. I'm actually the oracle of Okwudili, so whatever I say, 100% of them usually come to pass. There are lamentations almost everywhere in Nigeria now, and even from abroad, about this tax reform bills. People are calling for consultation. Meanwhile, I started consulting since October 10, 2023. So where are all those people who are now calling for more consultation since the stuff started? Anyway, the second edition, like I said, was held here exactly a year ago, December 12th. And the story is, the theme was tax evasion in Nigeria. And I did say, and the other tagline was, the solution is here. I did that because of my good friend from Anambra State. Our governor, his nickname is "The Solution is Here." Leo, let me say what I told somebody the other day, that I begged you for this cap you are wearing over a year ago, and you haven't given it to me. Leo, before he leaves here today, get that cap, because Soludo is not only your governor, he's equally my governor, so I need to be promoting him anywhere I go. And the keynote address I delivered that day is, like I said previously, is that the light, we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And today, I stand here and I repeat it, there is light at the end of the tunnel. As soon as these tax reform bills are passed by the senators, we will see the light. The third one we did, like I said the other time, is on February 13, 2024. And the theme was wealth taxation in Nigeria, a veritable tool for sustainable development. I believe if Nigeria has a wealth tax law, we need not be borrowing money from IMF, World Bank, because we have wealthy businessmen here. And the climate or the environment they use to make the money is from Nigeria. So we should take out of it. And we have politicians, senators, House of Reps, at all levels. And they are all crisscrossing the roads with vehicles bought with 160 million, amongst other exercise of office like constituency allowance, etc., etc. So we needed to have done a wealth tax law so that those politicians and businessmen who are getting a lot from the system will pay equivalent tax so that the poorest of the poor will be happy. Probably that thing has been done. They wouldn't complain anyway, because how much actually does a man or a woman need to be okay? But in the wisdom of the government, they haven't gone to that axis. I believe if President Tinubu doesn't go to that axis, whoever will take over from him, either 2027 or 2031, will go to that axis. We need a wealth tax law in Nigeria. And I said the keynote address I raised that day was that there is no alternative. I still believe there is no alternative to wealth taxation, though the government has gotten about 3.3 trillion from the banks last year. Probably this year or early next year, they will step it up to 5-10 trillion from the banks. The banks actually need to contribute because the money they are making is from you and I. I put in money in a bank. At the end of the month, I see account maintenance charge or whatever. Which account are they maintaining? Anyway, the fourth one we did, because when we started, some people were pushing that government, every time you are encouraging taxation, etc. What of the corruption in the system, etc. So we formulated the fourth one, which we called the edition 4. Tax transparency and accountability of tax revenues in Nigeria, so that we hit the government to know that people are not complying by paying tax, probably because they thought the taxes will be used to buy executive presidential jets, Cadillac Escalade SUV, yacht, or refurbishing Northern barracks that IBB left since 1991 or thereabout. What are all these expenses for? Are we saying that, just like the proposed Imo State, that a government house annex is needed in Olo? We have Abuja as a capital now. So renovating Northern barracks for the president and another place for the vice president in Lagos is two of them are misplaced priorities. They don't need all those. Meanwhile, you are renovating this thing for a president who is mostly out of the country. So when will he have time to come to stay in Northern Barrack? His house, though I haven't been there, should be more exposed than the Northern Barrack. His house in Ikoyi. So if he's in Lagos of working leave as a year, he should be in his house and rest instead of going to Northern Barrack. That expenditure on Northern barracks is a waste of resources, if you ask me. That northern barracks actually should be used for some other things. Maybe give it to I don't know, but renovating it for a president and using 21 billion for vice president's house is against what we preached on April 16, 2024 on tax transparency and accountability of tax revenues. Everybody here, if we are told that we should pay tax so that the president or the presidency will use it to renovate northern barracks, I don't think there's anybody who will willingly pay that. Because he has a house in Abuja. The president of or prime minister of Germany or so that is in Nigeria now, it's not being hosted in northern barracks, it's being hosted in Asoro. I thought so far. The keynote address I delivered that day because, like I said, I've been the one delivering all the keynote addresses so that my points will be equally be there in the open. I said that the game is about to change. I thought the game was about to change 7-8 months ago in April. But the game, they are not listening to what we are saying here. But who knows? On the 5th edition, we heard was on role of taxation globally. And the theme was the role of taxation in global competitiveness, a case study of Nigeria. And Mark Dike was one of the paper presenters that day. Role of taxation in global competitiveness. Because you can't be going to Europe, America, Asia, wherever, asking people to come and invest in Nigeria. When your environment is not competitive. People like my mentor, Warren Buffett, a 93, 94 years old man, he has a lot of money to invest, but he won't be thinking of Nigeria if we are not globally competitive. So we needed to raise that, to raise it up, so that people in government and the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Reform and on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform would look at it and let it be part of their recommendation. And from the recommendations I have seen or from the tax bills, this one forms part of it. And tax has to be competitive so that it can attract global attention. And probably that's what they are now doing by reducing the tax rate. Next year, if this bill is passed, from 30% to 27.5%. That differential of 2.5% makes a lot of sense to people who are investing in billions of dollars. And in 2026, they are equally going to reduce it from 27.5% to 25%. They are getting there. And my keynote address then was, you cannot build something on nothing. Then we moved to August. That was the 6th edition. Taxation in the informal sector. I think, Mark, that was where you were the chairman, and it was held here. And the theme was transforming the informal sector through taxation, opportunities and challenges. And the keynote address was the future of taxation, a game changer. So we've been trying, we've been taking each aspect of taxation one after the other. The last one we did, the 7th edition, which Dr. Charles Fakrogha was a member, was on agriculture. It was themed agricultural revolution in Nigeria, the game changer. Agricultural revolution in Nigeria, the tax incentives edge. That was the theme. Then the keynote that day was the game changer. That the catalyst of change, that if we focus on agriculture and give tax incentives, the crisis we have now, famine, what Charles calls food insecurity, will be a thing of the past. We delved into a lot of things because we know that a lot of farmers don't farm in the middle belt now because of the header, Fulani headers and farmers' war, Rofo. And in the northwest, the bandits have occupied the entire space. Forget what we read in the newspapers these days. The bandits have occupied everywhere, that if you want to go and harvest, you have to pay them certain things in form of tax. So non-state actors are already collecting tax over there. In the northeast, the story is it's about 20 years now, or slightly less. The Boko Haram. We read in the papers and here in the news that so many of them have been killed. I keep asking, where are these people coming from? You kill 100 commanders today, tomorrow you kill 200 commanders. The next day, the soldiers will be killed by the commanders, probably the commanders you have killed or the ones you haven't killed. It's a lot of story. In the southeast, everybody knows what's going on there. Mondays, every day, you dare not come out. If you come out, they will send you to either heaven or hell. So all these things are affecting farming and agricultural pursuits nationwide. Southwest here is a bit calm, but in the past, in one church in Ondo or so, and in some farms, Olufalaye many years ago was either captured in his farm or something happened. And I don't think at his age now he will be interested in going back to that farm, because once you do like this, the person is gone. So that was what we considered in the last edition, tax incentives that would propel agricultural revolution in Nigeria. The president, in his wisdom, has created cattle stuff, forgotten the name, a ministry for livestock. It's a step in the right direction. Because I was discussing with somebody yesterday or 2 days ago about cattle ranching. He told me that the breed, the Nigerian breed of cattle, you can't ranch them. Because if you do, they will die off. They need to waka round town and be feeding themselves from the grasses. That the breed that are usually for cattle ranching is from either South America or wherever. So if Nigeria doesn't get that breed, we haven't gone anywhere. And I believe the new Ministry of Livestock Development will be aware of this, so that they can get in the breed from wherever, so that there will be peace. People from my village and from Southeast will cultivate their farm, and during the harvest they will go there and harvest it, not for some cattle from either Borno or from Sokoto to go and harvest the farm for them. And if you dare say, well, it focuses on the recent tax reforms aimed at enhancing transparency, efficiency, and compliance within the tax system. These are what I want people to be discussing in the various WhatsApp forums. What are these tax reforms? How will these tax reforms help us, amongst other things? But in some forums, you see people who claim, like Senator Alin Dume of Borno, that they haven't read the tax reform bills or the tax, whatever the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms are doing. They haven't read it, or what we have been doing at this Blackey's National Conference. They are not interested in it. The only thing is that they don't want Tinubu, because it's Tinubu that is doing it. This is not how a country moves up. Yes, we all know that there have been issues about the election, but we are 18 months into that. And the president of Nigeria is President Ahmed Bola Tinubu. We can't take it away from him. And my good friend, Pastor Felix Jarikre, just walks in now, and in his straight ties, in this very hall, this very place on Sunday, the same day last year, of December 12th, he gave us a homily on taxation versus foreign debts. And he did say that we should be more interested in taxation, so that we reduce the quantum of foreign debts Nigeria is getting from World Bank and IMF, etc. And today, the president in his wisdom, wants to revitalize and rejuvenate and modernize taxation. And we are saying because it's a Tinubu, that is what we won't agree. I say no to that. And I know that Pastor Felix Jarikre says no to that. Am I right? Yes. What are we talking about? We are talking that we shouldn't go for taxation. But the president went to World Bank, or World Bank came to, because if Mohammed doesn't go to mountain, mountain will go to Mohammed. Whichever. And the $2.2 billion was passed by the Senate or National Assembly within 48 hours of the request. And we are saying no, we needed more consultation for this stuff that has started since last year. And we have been on it, on this platform, since October. What more time do you need? How much time did you need when you were told to approve a $2.2 billion? And what was that money for $2.2 billion being used for? Probably, it's either is padded by the National Assembly, or probably they will get something called constituency allowance or constituency project, whatever. Because I don't see how a National Assembly will pass a budget, a request of $2.2 billion within 48 hours. But the last one that they have been giving leverage, the committee will be doing the committee hearing, the finance committee will be doing the public hearing for 6 weeks. A lot of senators are gallivanting up and down and saying they needed more consultation. What is the essence of the public hearing? Is it not for more consultation? Anyway, let's reduce the political hype, but I'm not moved by people who say because it's the tax reforms are by President Tinubu that it shouldn't. No, it must go on. When it was during the time of Obasanjo 2007, I did equally say that those 9 tax reform bills should be passed into law. But because of third term, it was waived off. Anyway, so we are saying that this edition serves as a culmination of insights gathered from previous conferences addressing how these reforms can bolster economic growth and improve national development. Key discussions will revolve around practical strategies for taxpayers and businesses to leverage the new tax regulations effectively, ensuring they maximize benefits. The keynote speech is actually on benefits. They maximize benefits while fulfilling their obligations. And the conference aims to foster collaboration among stakeholders, including policy makers, the professionals and business leaders, to drive the successful implementation of the new tax regime. That's what we are here for. How do we drive the successful implementation of the new tax regime? Okay? And the keynote address is the way forward. This keynote address, titled The Way Forward by Chief Blakey, Ijezie, FCA, focuses on the transformative potential of the new tax regime in Nigeria. The new tax regime starting from January, hopefully. But if the senators in their wisdom says they needed more time, so be it. But my position is that enough time has been given. It emphasizes the need for adaptability and the innovation in taxation practices to foster economic growth and national development. This address serves as a guiding framework for stakeholders to navigate the evolving tax landscape effectively. Okay? The conference highlights. What will be the highlight of this conference? The keynote address. Chief Ijezie will deliver the keynote address titled The Way Forward, focusing on the implications of the new tax regime. Expert discussions. We are supposed to be 14 expert panelists, but many other, about 4, to the best of my knowledge, have told me that they won't be coming. Professor Friday Ndubuisi says he's a professor in Faculty of Philosophy, University of Lagos. He says because of what they have ongoing now, that he won't be physically present here, but he will key in on the online platform. I know he must be there now. Otunba Kenneth Odusanya told me he's strong. He won't be here physically, but his team, staff from his firm, Kenneth Odusanya and Co. will be here. Is there anybody from Odusanya and Co. here? Not yet. And Otunba Ranti Omole, he just called me this morning. He has another engaging event that he won't be around, but that a staff of his will be here. He's CEO of Radar Circle, and the young lady you are seeing there is representing him. Dr. Pat Modilim called me and said that he was in Anambra State, or he's in Anambra State, and he won't make it because what he went for, he hasn't finished. So 4 of them are the people who have told me they won't be here. And I take excuse for Dr. Tunji Adeniyi, who is bereaved. The father is late and coming from Ekiti to Lagos by road could be problematic at this time for him. But 3 are here. The first one has given his own speech against protocol, I must say, because I should have finished this keynote address before he comes in. Dr. Charles Fakrogha, but thank you for your homily. It sounds very well. That's why I said you have done a bit of my work, so I will continue from where you stop. Chief MSc Mark Anthony Chidolue Dike is here with us. So after my speech, he will tell us his views about both my speech and about what is happening and with this tax reform. He's eminently qualified to scatter everything I have said from his pedigree. And Pastor Felix Jarikre is around. He will equally take his time. So everybody, this tax reform bills, let me say, it's like an elephant. Not the elephant of Gowon. It's like an elephant. So everybody will take it from one angle or the other. The angle I'm taking it from is the benefit derivable from it. So every other person can talk about the derivation sharing formula, or even the hike in the value-added tax, which I will come to. I don't think government should raise the value-added tax from 7.5% to 10% from January. They should be 5%, because the suffering in the land is so much. I know because I mingle with the masses. I'm even a member of the masses. Forget the red cap I'm putting on. So let's continue. The EFA discussion. 14 renowned speakers and panelists will engage in discussions about tax reforms, economic growth, and strategies for national development and networking opportunities. Attendees can connect with policymakers, business leaders, and fellow tax professionals, fostering collaboration and knowledge exchange. Finally, there will be lunch, and this attendance is free of charge. When I used to do it, Mark Dike knows, because he used to be one of guest speakers then in Sheraton. And I used to do it in Sheraton over a decade ago. I was collecting close to 100,000 per attendant. But these days, for the past 14 months, we've been doing it free of charge. But today is the end of the free service, even in free lunch, even in Freetown. I understand. I haven't been there. I understand there's no free lunch in Freetown. So from January, when NRS or whoever start hitting people, and people remember me. Phone call, I will revert to what we used to do in private house, doing charge out rate per hour. Phone call, if you call me and we are chatting, I will be recording it. After 1 hour, I will send you a bill. Richie, is it not? Yeah. So networking and expert discussions. Opportunities for networking. Attendees can connect with policymakers and business leaders. Facilitated networking sessions to encourage interaction among the participants. building relationships with fellow tax professionals and experts, expert-led discussions. 14 renowned speakers will share insights on tax reforms and economic growth. Panel discussion will provide the in-depth analysis of the new tax regime, interactive question and answer sessions, allowing attendees to engage with experts. Yes, we are experts. Despite the fact of some of us not included in the presidential committee on tax, fiscal policy and tax reforms. I'm not an expert as far as President Tinubu or whoever selected members of that committee. But a third-year student, a lady in University of Ibadan, is an expert, an undergraduate who doesn't, with all due respect to her, know her right from her left. She's an expert and she has been a member of this committee. But that is another thing. The government is out there in the open that if you are from the southwest, the Yoruba nation, you are on this side. But if you are from the southeast, you are on the other side. So the experts we have today are not people who are undergraduates. Undergraduates, no matter who she or he is not an expert in tax matters. He hasn't passed the final exam. What of if she fails? But she's an expert making laws for us. And you expect the senators to take it serious? No. That's by the way. Okay, I said here there will be post-event activities. There will be a thank you dinner for Sheraton tomorrow. But the dinner is exclusive to people who have helped to prop up this program. The chairman of committees and the guest speakers, there are 14 in all. But I have included the newspaper people who have been covering this program free of charge. It's now that I know that the myth about the brown envelope could be broken if you know where you are headed. No brown envelope, so everything they write is there, including Felix's friend, Sonny Kyo. He calls his own opinion. And his opinion doesn't come until 4 weeks after this program. Today will not end until I read that opinion. But people like Kelechi Obamba from Century Online Media, this evening or latest tomorrow, he will have it on his own. And he normally comes out with 2. The first one detailing majorly the keynote speech, and after a day or 2, he will now detail for every other, whatever we've done here, twice. So those ones will come. So I am very, very grateful to many of them, because it's an online media. I haven't even seen him personally, but he must be watching, listening to what we are doing now. Live tweeting. This program is being tweeted by YouTube. So a lot of people from all over the world are keyed into it. And I understand from Engineer Alimba that is being recorded. Am I right? Yeah, it's being recorded. So we will face the recording, and then send it to the newspaper people and some other key stakeholders. Social media updates. These are post-event stuff and follow-up activities. Follow-up activities will be sometime before the end of the year, because by 2025, we are shifting to something else. We've done a bit of our own amortization, but the good thing is that it's being recorded. And I must thank the executive chairman of Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, Ayo Subar, my colleague at Pricewaterhouse. There was a time I stayed in the forum. It was of the intellectual forum where we have close to 400 people, that I was going on my own working leave. Not only President they go working leave, but he went to his own in UK and France. But my own, I went to this 14-story or 20-something story hotel, Lagos Continental Hotel, for 4 days, from Wednesday to sometime in
October ending or early November, from Wednesday to Sunday. So when I was there, just relaxing, I came to the restaurant to eat, and I saw him. We embraced, and they thanked me for what we are doing, and said I should send him, I should request for sponsorship. When I started this task, National Task Conference, people were asking me my account number so that they can send money for them to support it. I said no, that people could misunderstand when money starts flowing into my account, that maybe this man is hungry and he's using this to garner money for himself or the family. I said no, that I will do it from my limited resources. But one of my classmates that I entered Pricewaterhouse the same day with, his name is Mr. Aigbe Olotu. He made a first class in geology before joining Pricewaterhouse, and he qualified as a chartered accountant within 30 months. He told me, no, we know it's your private engagement and you are large, but we want to be part of that private engagement. Just give me your account. What are you talking about? Because it's my old time friend since 1983, September 1. I gave him my account number. And I don't know whether he broadcasted that I've given the account number. Every other person started blah, blah, blah. And behold, some money has been coming in for the program. And there's my cousin, he stepped out. When he comes back, he has been funneling money into this program from day one. This is the 8th edition. I receive money every edition to keep it going. So back to Ayosuba, we saw in the restaurant, and he said he wants to be part of what we are doing. That we discussed the short and short of, to cut a long story short, he gave from his office, I believe, a hefty sponsorship money for this program, and about a week or two ago. So why am I telling this story? With that money, we will be able to collate all these conferences paper into a compendium, so that we can give it out to people equally free of charge. But this time around, just like tomorrow's launch, it's not everybody that will have it free of charge. But the 14 guest speakers, by the time we finish with the book, Chairman, you will have one copy of it, because I've been trying how to do it, and the cost was getting out of my hand, amongst other things, and how to do it, whether edition by edition, was equally not too. But we will now compress everything for the 8th edition into a book, probably about 500 pages, and then by latest April 1, not April Fool, but by April 1, it should get out there. So my commendation to the Executive Chairman of Lagos State Internal Revenue Service. Okay, this 8th edition has significantly advanced discussions on taxation reforms in Nigeria, fostering a collaborative environment among policy makers, tax professionals, and business leaders. Key recommendations from the conference include enhanced tax transparency measures, strategic partnership between the public and private sectors, and the need for continuous education on the new tax regime. Next steps, 2023 to December 2024, a group of 14 people, eminent stakeholders, took their time selflessly to look at all these things for posterity. Participants are encouraged to stay engaged through online platforms and social media, sharing insights and updates related to the conference discussions and outcomes. Yeah, those are preambles as it were. We are now coming to the main dish, unlocking Nigeria's tax reforms. And we have the agenda here: introduction to tax reforms, to Nigeria's tax reforms, which my good friend Charles Fakrogha has done, key aspects of the tax reforms. He has equally done it, so I won't take too much time there. Rationale behind the tax reforms, recommendations for effective implementation, challenges and opportunities, impact on business and individuals, conclusion, a path forward, and acknowledgements. Okay, introduction to Nigerian tax reform. The tax reform bills 2024, there are 4 of them, represent a pivotal shift in Nigeria's fiscal policy, aiming to create a more efficient and equitable tax system. These reforms are designed to stimulate, one, to stimulate economic growth, broaden the tax base, and enhance government revenue through a structured approach to taxation. By addressing the existing challenges and introducing new tax measures, these bills seek to lay the groundwork for a sustainable economic future in Nigeria. These are what the tax reform is all about. It's not about APC or about President Bola Tinubu. We are looking at the global picture. Key aspects of the tax reform bills. Increment in VAT is a very key aspect. The proposed bills aim to increase the value-added tax from 7.5% in 2024 to 10% in 2025, with a further increment to 12.5% in 2026, which will be on till 2030 to 2029, and by 2030 it will be increased to 15%. 5 years ago, 2019, when a similar increase in VAT from 5% to 7.5% was mooted, I gave a full-page interview to Guardian newspaper, and I guess they published it on the day we held a conference in Sheraton, August 15, 2019. My position was for government and the National Assembly to defer increasing the VAT rate by 50%. That's what it was then, from 5.5 to 7.5. But I had a small voice. But now, after 5 years and 3-4 months, my voice is louder. I'm appealing to the National Assembly to defer increasing the VAT rate from 7.5 to 10%, because the climate is not ready for it. The economic roughness or the economic climate will not easily absorb it. Yes, there are a lot of other provisions about reducing VAT or giving zero value to some aspects of VAT, like foodstuff, like medication, etc. But that's neither here nor there. Once this VAT is increased, these people we are trying to protect, the masses, the minimum wage earners, will feel it. Once you increase it, every other thing will increase, just like petrol. You go to the market, the foodstuff you think you are not increasing VAT, the market woman will tell you something else. Because now, when dollar or naira depreciates, go to the Igbo market or whatever market, the price of their goods will increase. But now that some holiday makers are coming from all over the world for Christmas, sending money in advance to their people, the dollar is crashing versus the naira, and it has effect already in the market. I don't know how these market women know what is going on. So, in a nutshell, I'm saying government or the Senate, the National Assembly, should defer increasing VAT in 2025 at least. If it must be increased, let them increase it from 2026. I have added my voice, and my voice carries, somebody told me the other day, my voice carries gold weight. So I expect the Senate to listen to my voice and amend where the President wants to increase VAT to 10% by January next year. At the worst, what they will concede is take it to 2026. Okay? Great. So, VAT exemptions, like I said, certain goods like oil and gas exports paying the benefits. Small firms will be taxed at 0%, meaning if you are a small firm, you won't pay tax. You will be taxed at 0. So it's a critical benefit which should be amplified. While other companies will face a tax rate of 27.5% in 2025, reducing further to 25% in 2026, and is aimed at promoting business growth. So this is one of the key benefits. And who is a small firm? If your turnover is not more than 50 million, you're a small firm. Reduce it to months, turnover of 4-point-something million. So we are talking about very small firms, not the big boys. So this is good. I applaud it. Introduction of a development levy. A 4% development levy will be introduced on companies' accessible profits to fund the student education loan fund and the supporting educational initiative. Very good, because a lot of nuisance taxes have been waived off, so consolidating everything to 4% is good. Rationale tax reforms, promoting economic growth. The tax reforms aim to simplify. That was what my good friend Charles Fakrogha was using the other time. It aims to simplify, and that the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Southeast Zone, comprising Anambra, Ebonyi, and the Enugu states, during their conference, I was one of the keynote speakers on taxation, and the speech was on simplifying the existing tax statute. So this tax reform has gone a long, long way in simplifying the tax structure, what I call tax infrastructure. And it reduces compliance cost. With that, you don't even need to engage a big tax accountant or tax consultant to assist you, because the language written in those tax bills are easily understood. They have demystified or reduced the taxation jargons therein, so anybody can follow it. That's a critical benefit of these tax reforms, which some people who haven't read the bills will not understand. So it reduces compliance costs and is encouraging both domestic and foreign investments. I said it the other time, when you reduce the tax rate, people like Bill Gates and my mentor Warren Buffett, Nigeria will be attractive to them, because what they want is take home. What are they taking home? It's not making 1 billion or 1 trillion in profit. What are you taking home after taxation? That's what concerns them. So a lot of times people look at the profit after tax rather than the profit before tax. Taxation is a major component of your expenses, because now it's about 30%. I don't think in any corporation you have expenses as much as 30%. So when you fiddle with that, touch that taxation, it will ring a bell to some people. Okay? So it promotes economic growth. Increasing government revenue, that's essentially all this drama we are speaking. What government wants is to increase their revenue so that they stop borrowing from IMF and the World Bank. And the tax rates, tax to GDP rate, it was modified the other day, just like the modified unemployment rate that people know is about 35-40%. But now you read there from the National Bureau of Statistics that the unemployment rate is 4%. Anytime I see it, I skip it, because that is not the truth. So they modified the tax to GDP rate 2-3 years ago from about 6% or so to 10.86%. Even at that, it's below West African sub-region average. The average, I think, is about 15%. But government wants to use this tax reform to increase it to about 18% in 3 years. and they will achieve it. Okay? So the essence of the rationale behind the tax reforms include increasing government revenue by broadening the tax base and enhancing tax administration. The reforms are designed to generate more revenue for public services and infrastructure. Tax base is tax net. And what is the tax base? The tax base is the number of people who are taxpayers. So if you increase the tax base, you get in more people, then you can afford to reduce even the tax rates because more people have come in. But if you don't increase the tax base, and then you have a ceiling of how much you can tax people, you will keep resorting to foreign debts to cushion your budget. Reducing poverty and inequality, that's a good rationale. Like Fakrogha said the other time, there are a lot of sections in the tax bill that address poverty reduction. We will get to that either on this lecture or the one I will give later in the afternoon. Essential goods and services will be exempt from VAT, alleviating the tax burden on low-income households and the fostering greater economic equality. Okay? What are the recommendations for effective implementation? When Otunba, I think he's an Otunba Taiwo Oyedele was asked to come and head this committee. He was looking at two things. Conflict of interest, because he was a partner for about 10-20 years at Price Waterhouse. So Price Waterhouse partner is now heading a committee of government. When there be conflict of interest, especially since Price Waterhouse does some services for the government. So that was the first thing that came into his mind. The second thing is it talk as a tweer? Who will implement all the jargons we will have written? I think he struck an agreement that he will not only present the talk aspect of it, but he would equally be the one on the driver's seat to implement them. At that time, the government, he decided to resign from Price Waterhouse before taking this mantle. And I just want to give that brief before I start my discourse on a recommendation for effective implementation. So he is the one to implement it. And I will say this, 2015, I've forgotten the month, I bought a book written by him, and it's a masterpiece. Then 2015, I'm talking about 9 years ago. And it was a compendium as it here of all speeches and messages he has given in the past, most of which were published by the newspaper. I didn't know him then. I joined Price Waterhouse September 1, 1983, and I left February, March 1990. He joined Price Waterhouse about 1999. So he joined about a decade I had left. So I didn't know him, but I read the book, and I told myself then, 2015, that this is a good hand for tax reform. I don't know how President Tinubu blocked him. So he is a very, very good hand. The book he wrote, that is essentially, when they were put in the committee and he was heading it, and about 50 or 80 or whatever people were there, I did say that all those other people, with due respect to them, will be passengers. Now what this man will do is to just be dusting those books, and in their meetings people will be saying, yes, the eyes have it. Exactly. So he is a good hand, no matter what anybody thinks. Yes, our president uses most people from the Southwest, but on this one, I raise my hand for him. Okay. Recommendation for effective implementation. What am I saying here? I said again, suspend VAT rate increase. Delay the planned VAT increase to 2026, which I've already said, to alleviate economic pressure on individuals and businesses, adjusting to recent economic challenges. The recent economic challenges are numerous. Yesterday, when I was trying to finalize citing myself with these things, I was asleep. Around 3 o'clock, the sweat was so much I woke up. And I went to a forum, and I was told that there was power collapse. I couldn't believe it. And I was told it's the 12th power collapse this year. So it's like they are taking it one per month. There will be a national grid power collapse. And the light didn't come on until 6 a.m. today, graciously, when I was preparing to come. So, meanwhile, my place in Anthony Village is under Band A, electric whatever. And we are now paying 3.5 times or thereabout of what we used to pay. Yes, we can't have light. There are challenges. For people in banking sector, the MPR has been increasing ever since. I used to know when MFL, another CBN governor or Minister of Finance, was saying that the objective was to drop the MPR to below, or the inflation rate to below, to single digits, that's below 10%. But now I don't know what the objective is, because inflation rate is about at 3.5%. The MPR is 27.5%. That's the money banks borrow from central bank. So the challenges are enormous. Before Buhari handed over to Tinubu, the dollar officially was below 500 naira per dollar. But now, the dollar, everybody is clapping that the naira is appreciating. To what rate? About 1,550 to $1. And people are happy already. Meanwhile, that is 3 times what it used to be. Do I need to talk about fuel? Fuel was 180, 190, call it 200 before May 29. But today, you'll be happy if you can see anywhere you will get it for 1,000. So it's 5%. So there are enormous challenges, but we are not focusing on that. But I'm only saying because of these challenges, why don't you defer the value-added tax increment to 2026? And this is what I thought would be out there in the market, telling government this is not the time to increase value-added tax rate. But what we hear is, give us more time. What more time do you need? Anyway, first the derivation sharing formula. That's one of another recommendation I'm putting forward. Implement a gradual adjustment of the derivation sharing formula to ensure equitable distribution of tax revenues and address regional disparities. Now, for the uninitiated as it were, but everybody is now initiated because in any WhatsApp forum you open, if you don't see tax reform bills also there, you are in a wrong WhatsApp forum. How is VAT being shared now? The federal government takes 15% of the value-added tax collection for administrative purposes because consumption tax is actually state and local government tax. The state takes 50% and the local government takes 35%. That's the current rate. But it's being moved, the new tax rate, the new tax bill wants to change that to federal government 10%, states 55%, and local government retains their own 35%. But I understand that the 5% the federal government is ceding to the state will use for palliative. If there are states that will be getting lesser than they used to get before, those 5% will be used to prop them up. Fair enough. But the cocoa, like my Yoruba people normally say, is that of derivation, that of sharing that 55% to the states and local governments. Before now, you all keep reading what attribution. The attribution they say is that how tax is collected or the returns is from head office, not of the state. So like First Bank or most of the banks that have the offices in head offices in Lagos, most of the telephone companies and even oil companies, the Niger Delta Avengers drove up from Niger Delta. Most of them have head offices in Lagos now. So what is operating now is what I want to say. Those companies with head office will forward their VAT returns using head office as their operational base. And those VAT returns will be taken as if all of them emanated from Lagos State. So when you hear Lagos State contributes 80-90% of VAT, it's because most offices are resident, head offices are resident here. That's one. And what is the rate being used to now divide among the states? Population also is about 50%. So the more you are, out of that, they will divide it, population will take 50%. So Lagos and Kano will take the bulk of that. Then, equality of states, they will give Jigawa, Imo State, and Bayelsa. Every state is equal, 30%. Then derivation, this one that is claimed to have emanated from Lagos. Meanwhile, everybody who does a banking transaction outside Lagos now becomes a Lagosian in quotes. Derivation is 20%. Lagos and the River State felt bad that derivation is now subsumed, is now lower, and the people with greater population will be taken forever. And I think River State took the government to court during Wike's era, 2021, and they won at the High Court, that VAT is a state tax. So federal government should take off their eyes from that. I think the federal government appealed. Chief Mark Dike, when he comes on, will clarify it. But political solution has made it that the appeal hasn't gone its full course. So I think what the Presidential Tax Committee or the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform has done is to try to encourage the states like River State and Lagos State not to further their costs. So they now increase the derivation principle from 20% to 60%, and now reduce the population to 20% and the quality of states to 20%. And again, to be fair and equitable, they now say that attribution shouldn't be where the head office is located. That attribution should be where the VAT is consummated. So if you are in Anambra State and you make a telephone call, it won't be recorded for Lagos State, it will be recorded for Anambra State, amongst others. But there has been a lot of agitation that it is still not fair that some states in the north will not be able to pay minimum wage if this thing is implemented. But fiscal federalism, if we understand what it means, is what this thing is trying to enable us to enhance. That the states, before the unitary government in either January 1966 or July 1966, the regions were the pivotal places of development. They earned their income and take a portion to the federal government, and everybody was happy. But when the military came, obeyed the last order, everything was reverted to unitary system, though in them we are still calling it federal government. it is not federal government, it's a unitary government. But this thing is what is trying to do. But a lot of people from the Niger Delta are either keeping quiet, waiting for this law to be passed, so that they can agitate that what is good for the geese is good for the gender. We produce the oil, so why don't you enhance our derivation from 13% now or so to 60%? That's a discussion for another day. So the derivation formula, I'm saying that a gradual process adjustment should be made on that to alleviate the cries of some states or regions that feel that Wahala will be their portion from January. Rather than take a 60% for derivation now, why don't you move it from either 20% to 30% in 2025, then raise it again to 40% in 2026, probably in 2027 you move it to 50%, and in 2028 or thereafter, you now move it to 60%. So that it will be a gradual process and we see how these things are implemented. Because who are those people who are going to implement this? That's another agitation. That NRS, now, Federal Inland Revenue Service. Who is the chairman? The chairman is a former commissioner of finance in Oyo State. He is the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Who is the governor of Central Bank? The governor of Central Bank is from Southwest as well. Who is the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Revenue and Tax Reform? He's Otunba Oyedele. He's from Southwest. Who is Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy? One lady from Southwest. Who is the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General? I think he's from Yoruba Nation, either Kogi or Kwara. Who is the Customs Controller General? He's from the Southwest. Who is the EFCC chairman who will be running after all these people who are evading? He's from the Southwest. And Nigeria is supposed to be a federation. So why move all this revenue generating service and the justice system to indigenous of the Southwest? The other zones, the other remaining 5 zones of the federation are feeling alienated, and they have a good cause to feel alienated. Ministers, the House of Reps now, they want to entrench, amend the constitution so that there will be 37 ministers, 36 per state and federal government, and Abuja, 37. Why are they doing this? Because the leeway was a minimum of 1 minister per state. And President Bola Tinubu, in his wisdom, decided that Ogun State will have 4 ministers. Meanwhile, the entire Southeast, where I come from, 5 states, we have only 5 ministers. Is that equitable? The answer is no. And Lagos State, where he comes from, 3 ministers. So Lagos and Ogun have 7 ministers. And we say we are in a federation. And you see the people who will implement all these tax reform bills, they are all from Southwest. Does it mean that other members from other zones are not intelligent enough or are not tax consultants? I did say that a young lady, a Yoruba young lady from currently in University of Ibadan, last year when this thing was started, a third-year lady, she's a member of this tax reform committee. That is wrong. He's not a tax expert. And meanwhile, they say they have collected tax experts. I am a tax expert, and I'm not there. And my very good friend, who was a former executive director of Federal Inland Revenue, former chairman of council and president of both Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria and West African Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, West African Union of Tax Institutes. It's not a tax expert, but an undergraduate is a tax expert. So it's a big problem. And again, I'm quoting the social media now, this Federal Inland Revenue Service is now going to change to Nigerian Revenue Service. And they have a lot of, if you read deep into it, people are wondering, is there going to be alphabetization of these tax collections? I know you people know what alphabetization is. So the trust deficit is already there. If 6 of us are into a room and you start forming committees, ministers, etc., and you are focusing on only one, the other 5 will be wondering, why are you doing this thing? And you are giving them plum jobs. All the revenue collection and the accounting, from CBN, Ministry of Finance, Tax Reform Committee, blah, 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 and the Federal Land, and the FIRS, they are the same people speaking one language, and even the Minister of Abuja, Minister of Justice. So the other remaining people there, these people can turn the Franca lingua to Yoruba, and every other person there won't know what is going on. So it's the implementation I'm talking about. The trust deficit is very high, and I request the president to look into it and see what he can do. It's not only Yorubas, Ogun State and Lagos State that are experts in economic atmosphere, economic strata. Let him do something so that other people will feel they belong. Because the implementation, people like me are already using microscope to look at the implementation. Because you can write a flowing English and a good bill, etc. The cocoa is in the implementation. I go on. So the phase derivation sharing formula I've already suggested what it could be. Let it be in phases. Simplify the tax system. This has already been done, streamlining tax processes to reduce compliance costs, making it easier for taxpayers to understand and meet their obligations. Promote economic growth. Encourage investments by creating a tax environment that supports innovation and entrepreneurship, ultimately boosting the economy. Ensure fairness and equity. Design tax policies that distribute the tax burden fairly across different income levels, ensuring low-income households are not disproportionately affected. Finally, on this score, improve tax administration. Enhance tax administration efficiency through reduced bureaucracy, increase transparency, and improve services for taxpayers. I need to move faster. What are the challenges and the opportunities? I itemize 3 for each. The opportunities are potential for increased government revenue, which I've highlighted earlier, through a broader tax base and improve their compliance. The next one is opportunities for economic growth by attracting foreign investments, which I've said before, due to a more stable tax regime. The last but not the least, reduction in poverty and inequality through targeted exemptions and benefits for low-income households. I've done this before. And challenges. What are the challenges? Resistance from stakeholders who may be adversely affected by increased tax. That's what's going on. Challenges in effectively implementing the new regime across diverse regions of Nigeria. Implementation. Risk of economic slowdown if businesses struggle to adapt to the new tax environment. Most of us here are aware of what is going on, but the businessmen and the women out there are not aware. So when you start implementing this thing, initially in the first quarter, second quarter of next year, you will run into a lot of problems. But I believe the government will be up to it. What are the impacts on businesses and the individuals? First of all, effect on businesses. Increased VAT may raise operational costs for businesses, especially small enterprises. Company tax adjustment, that's reducing it. could encourage their investment in growth, but may burden larger firms. Excise taxes on telecommunication at 5% and gaming could affect pricing strategies and consumer demand. What of effect on individuals? Higher VAT could lead to increased prices for essential goods, impacting low-income households. I said it the other time that the market women in Oyibo, in my 12 or so, they are just waiting. Once the VAT is increased from 7.5% to 10%, whether you say their goods are VAT exempt or not, they will increase theirs by at least 50%. The increment of VAT is proposed to be 33 1/3, but they will increase it beyond that. Tax relief measures for small businesses may create more job opportunities and stimulate local economies. That's in name only. Potential increase in government revenue could lead to improved public services benefiting the population. That's neither there nor there. Because if government has more funds now, they probably change the executive jet to the latest one. Because I hear the one they bought is Tokumbo. Anyway, we are gradually coming to the end. The summary. The tax reforms present a unique opportunity to enhance Nigeria's tax economic landscape. The tax reform bills 2024 aim to simplify the tax system, broaden the tax base, and increase government revenue while ensuring fairness. By exempting essential goods from VAT and lowering VAT rates for small companies, the reforms can stimulate growth, collaboration among governments, businesses, and citizens, and is crucial to navigate challenges and maximize benefits, ensuring the tax system supports growth and reduces poverty. Yeah, the other ones, 2-3 pages, profile of Chief Blakey, Ijezie. Everybody here and the people in the online already know who he is. And the acknowledgement. Yeah, 1 minute, the acknowledgement. Gratitude.
Who is speaking like that?
Yeah,
I'll get his full name.
yeah, we can discuss with him. Acknowledgement. I said it initially when we started at 9:45, but let me formally repeat it. Gratitude is extended to the policymakers and government officials who championed the tax reform bills 2024, demonstrating commitment to Nigeria's economic future. Acknowledgement of the contributions from various stakeholders, including business leaders, economists, and the civil society organizations who provided valuable insights and feedback during the reform process. Thanks to the academic institutions and research bodies that conducted studies and analysis, enriching the discussion around tax reforms and their potential impact on the economy. This omnibus acknowledgement to every other person. But mine is the acknowledgement is basically to the chairman of the 7 tax editions of this Blakey's National Tax Conference, and the other 7 keynote speakers, some of whom were keynote speakers for 3-4 times, like Pastor Felix Jarikre, like Dr. Tunji Adeniyi, who was a keynote speaker, who was a guest speaker for 5 editions, like Professor Friday Ndubuisi for 4 editions, etc. So those are people that I acknowledge what they did, and all of them did it free of charge. Again, acknowledgement goes to the editors behind the 7-8 newspapers that have been publishing reports, recommendations, and even doing free adverts for us. Like I said, today's conference have been done free adverts by 4 newspaper houses. But the 8 newspapers are starting from Business Hallmark newspaper, number 1, Champions newspaper, number 2, Business Day newspaper, not in any order, number 3, This Day newspaper, number 4, The Guardian newspaper, number 5, Vanguard newspaper, number 6, you have Herald Views. I know my Esquire knows about Herald Views. Herald Views online media, number 7, and one other one. They have been so nice promoting this our journey free of charge. And anytime I want to get any brief about what we have done in the past, I just type Blakey's National Task Conference on the internet and they flow out. So it's already there for generations upon generations. But we will collect them into a book so that people can equally look at them. The next acknowledgement is to the participants. I know somebody who came in here around 20 to 9, all the way from Ikorodu. I'm not talking about the money, even if he uses Uber to come or bus or his vehicle. The fuel he would have taken from Ikorodu to come here is enormous. Rishi, thank you very much. And every other participant, I take it to be for every other participant. People living, today is a Thursday. People living their businesses or whatever, even if you don't have a business, the time you used to sleep, using it to come in here to just listen and be part of this crusade. Thank you very much. And for people who are equally online, they will be using their data and their time to listen to us. My gratitude to them. Thank you once more. Thank you. And like I said, this is the grand finale. We've done it together. All of us should be happy that it's coming to a good ending. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Please, another round of applause for Chief. So we can see that the tax reform bill is something we have to support because it's for our good. Yes, we've taken that paper, we've seen the way forward, unlocking the benefits of the new tax reform bill by Chief himself, the Oracle of Tax. So you'll agree with me that there is a lot of benefits in this reform bill. And as not only as experts, but as concerned citizens, stakeholders, we also need to support it. So, not to waste much of your time, but we need to relax. Like Chief have said, we appreciate those people who are watching and listening online. At the same time, everybody that has made it possible to be here. But I want to ask a very simple question. Why did the tax man break up with his girlfriend? Why did he break up with his girlfriend? Because she was always deducting their relationship to friends. She was always deducting their relationship. Because she sees that, this my guy is a tax man. So he had to break up with her. Why did the taxpayer, why did he go to see the doctor again? Nobody can tell me. Why did he go and see the doctor? He said he was feeling too taxed. He was feeling too taxed, so he had to go and see his doctor. Then this one happened to me. I told my wife, that she was drawing a eyebrow too high. She looked surprised. She looked so surprised. I told her, I'm drawing your eyebrow too high. She looked so surprised. And then, I had to pay for the tax because of my surprise. I had to pay tax. She taxed me. I had to pay tax because I was surprised when she was taking her eyebrow too high. So we can see that tax is part and parcel of us. And like I keep saying, there are two things we are sure in this life. It's death and tax. Whether we like it or not, the tax man will come. So on that note, I'm going to call on Chief Mark Anthony Dike, a retired director in FIRS tax policy. I'm going to call on him to come and deliver his own paper. Chief, you're welcome, sir. Let's clap for him. The discussion.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen, or ladies and gentlemen. My gratitude to our chief host, Chief Blakey, Ijezie, who has been summoning all of us, every now and then. And he did say how it all started years ago at Sheraton Hotel. And I'm glad to be here. Incidentally, I'm just coming from the village. I received some ancestral summons. So I had to go to the village to deal with some matters. And which had to do with land. So I just came back. I'm so glad to be here today. And I recall when Chief Ijezie was speaking, he spoke of my boss, as it were, when we did a study group on review of Nigerian tax system. Professor Dr. Felix, may so rest in peace. I've been involved in tax reforms in Nigeria, dating back to my early years in FIRS in the 80s. I was Assistant Secretary Technical of Professor Emmanuel Edozian Study Group in 1991. And when that work finished, I was the Secretary of the committee that drafted the Consolidated Personal Income Tax Act in 1993. What we know, because we used to have separate versions of personal income tax. Those who will recall in 1961, Personal Income Tax Lagos Act. Remember, there was no national personal income tax in Nigeria pre-military era. It was the various regions that had their own separate personal income tax acts. Western region, Northern region, Eastern region, and later Midwestern region in 1963. So what we had that pertained to the federal was what we call Personal Income Tax Lagos Act. Because Lagos, what we know as Lagos today, is Lagos State today is more than what was Lagos in during the First Republic. And I remember when Dike was campaigning in 1979, and he was talking about, Dike grew up in Lagos, or a Lagos boy. He won the election, Lagos and Western region. And he speaks Yoruba fluently. And what was Lagos, a federal capital territory, was that Felix area, railway line, Idioro, into Yaba, and then now from Yaba into Ikoyi. So the whole of Mushi, Felix area, of course, Surulere was part of Lagos, but from Mushi was Western region. From Mushi, Western region. So he said when the Western regional tax people will be chasing tax dodgers, once they cross that Ijeoro line, they are ready into the federal territory, and the Western regional tax collectors will go back because they cannot cross the line to pursue somebody into federal territory. But then, of course, in 1967, I expanded. Ikeja, Jarikre, all of them, Ikorodu, now what we now know as Lagos State. So it was not until that 1993-94 that we now have a consolidated federal personal income tax law in Nigeria. But having said that, well, one of the issues that I need to mention by the side is that when we look at personal income tax, we talk about two categories. We talk about somebody says is a subset of personal income tax. For somebody who is in employment, that he pays payee. And payee, of course, your employer deducts tax based on the emolument he pays to you. But that does not mean that is their entire income, because you may have some other incomes other than income from your employment. And it's, your employer has no business knowing, he doesn't know whether he has any other income. So he can only deduct tax based on what he pays. So the mere fact, therefore, that you are paid pay as you earn through your employer does not mean that you have fulfilled your tax obligation. You still now have to now declare your income, and then now be able to pay the appropriate tax. So people always have that, different misunderstanding between payee and personal income tax. The other point about is that, again, I try to draw attention to an individual in employment and an individual in self-employment. You employ yourself. So the man who is in employment, he does not necessarily have to declare that income from employment as it were. He has no choice. The employer has to deduct tax and pay. But the person who is in self-employment has to declare that income first before we start talking about paying tax. But then one issue is that the man who is in employment, he doesn't take any benefits. The employer just charges tax. But the person who is self-employed takes more benefits for the income he has earned. One, he has to deduct business expenses. But the man who is in employment does not talk about any deduction of business expenses. They how much he pays to commute from home to the workplace, how much he pays to maintain his car on a day-to-day basis. But the person who is in self-employment deducts all that, even the ones that are known and unknown. So there is some kind of problem. I had that as an issue that I was trying to agitate my mind, whether there is a fair, because there is this issue about a fair tax system. Is the tax system fair to individuals who are in employment